deploy in this game, this Minecraft game. So you can play in your city virtually. But how? As Paulo mentioned, just opening the information. Open the information you have in your servers, in your boxes, hidden boxes. No, just open the information. After that, you can convert it into good quality formats and using this 5-star scale to expose it better. But first of all open your non-sensitive information. And just to mention some guidelines commented by Paulo before about the principles, the basic principles of the open data. This was later in 2 years ago. The open data, the G8 signed released an open data charter showing the interest of those big nations to show the commitment on open data and TSL reuse. Also, the European Commission signed that charter, and it exposed the basic principles really clear. Exposed the basic principles of open data. Open data should be open by default without any restrictions. For sure, we should take into account the personal information, this information restricted with some limitations by the legal issues. The information should be released with enough quality and quantity, for sure. This is very important to enable that innovation, that the innovation of third parties. If we have some information stored in our databases, we should open it as it is, not without any aggregation, without any manipulation of the information. This would enable new opportunities to others. So, some, of course, some exceptions, but we should do it as it is. The information should be usable and accessible for everyone, without setting barriers, without discriminating others to access the information, and enabling, taking the information and use it, or enable the use just as it is. And exposing or releasing information for the innovation itself, to enable that open innovation, enabling others doing whatever they want with the information, for those reasons we have seen in the previous examples. And this is important, releasing the information and releasing all the proceedings you are following to open to do your initiatives of open data in case of reuse. Open what you are doing, your best practices, your methodologies, etc., just to offer other governments to replicate your successful initiative, and we all win. They will be able to use your learned lessons for their own governance. So this is really important. You might think about what are the next steps. Okay, we should open all the information we have, all the potential and feasible information to be reused, but we should start for a kind of prioritization of the high value data sets. So you can see a list of, this is part of the recommendations of the Commission about the strategical data sets to be exposed as a priority. You see your spatial information, like the cartography, maps, information about the weather, topographic, etc. The observation of the Earth, the different environmental aspects of the information. Transport information, for sure, this is really important and really useful for the final user, which is the citizen. For sure, we all are aware of those new applications that help us to go to the train or the bus in front of our home or our work on time. No? Statistics. This is a traditional sector that has been releasing information during this year, but this is very important for studies to allow companies to develop studies on different things, also for the academia, etc. And information about the companies and businesses within some territories. This is really important to others, but also to the own companies. But you can identify other different high-value data sets. Other sectors might identify the needs of the potential users. For sure, you might know your information. And just as an example, I've seen many examples of small open data initiatives that the most downloaded piece of information is the calendar, the holiday calendar of the region of the local calendar of the holidays. So this is really, it's trivial. Releasing that information is not sensitive at all, but in that case it's very useful for everyone. You can release that information using the current standards, and you can just link it to your calendar, to your agenda. So this is really important to identify and to be open with the information you have in your organization. Because remember, your data is useful for others, and the best idea will come from others, not from someone at your organization. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. Any questions?
I don't know if my question is for Martina or for Paolo, but you both talked about some quality of the data. Paolo was saying that the data available should be structured in order to have two-star rating. And you say that the quality data should be available as well. Now I'm thinking about the public data. So when we are talking about the data made available by the public sector bodies, is it really okay to kind of impose to the public sector bodies to release high quality data or average quality data, or wouldn't it be better to have like just raw data available and then it is to the market to enrich the quality? Because I'm thinking about myself as an average taxpayer, so everything that is supposed to be done by a public sector body is paid by the collectivity.
The first thing I think is just opening the information you have in any quality you may have the information. For sure, this is a very tricky question because there are many different formats in which you can convert and expose the information, and it's not the same for everyone. I agree with Paulo with that sentence of if you can expose APIs for programmers, it's really good. For sure, it's really nice, but maybe this API is not usable for I don't know, a data journalist or for you, for instance, I don't know. But for instance, a spreadsheet, a CSV is useful for everyone. This is very tricky because maybe this CSV is not so useful for programmers to do that final application, but it's useful for everyone. And that CSV can be converted to other different and more useful for other reusers in other formats. We usually in different working groups in the ISA program or in the W3C working groups about the standardization of these kind of things, we recommend some specific formats for specific areas, specific sectors, and for sure, I think this only can be set, this standard can only be set for very specific information like the one related to geospatial services, to open information about maps, and some specific kind of information. And the rest should be just a recommendation for them. If you can, please expose it into this format, but this is just for a specific set of information, like that one. The best example is the geo information. There are different directives, like the Inspire directive, setting up different requirements for governments to expose information in a specific way, in a specific format, and everyone has to follow. But this is very specific one, because every geo special agency knows that all of them are sharing the information. And this is important. I've seen different approaches, also valid approaches, like if you are a public organization and you don't have resources, you don't have enough resources, open information as it is, as you have it, and arrange different agreements and do different meetings with the people interested in the information, and let them convert and to reuse that information and helping you to export the information as they want. Try to arrange that kind of agreements to a win-win situation.
Thank you. More questions?
Good morning, Martin. So you've talked here today that you are making a lot of efforts in doing awareness actions with public organizations. So from your perspective, how are public organizations in Europe responding to them? When they become aware of these new ESI directives, do they comply openly with the new guidelines? Are they easy to follow, or do they pose some kind of obstacles to open their data?
Yeah, it depends on the country and the politicians in those countries. There are many of them. Maybe you have heard about the initiative in UK, very active, very proud of what they have been doing during this year, and also allocating a lot of money to do this awareness raising inside the country, and trying to engage new startups to use the information, and also smaller public bodies around the country. So for sure, with them there is not problems at all. Even they are sometimes more advanced than the rest of the Europe itself. Others like Spain, Portugal, France, very active, or all of them really committed to this movement. But some others have some problems, some difficulties, even though they are active in other. They are good in, for instance, e-government in general, providing open services to the citizens. They are not very enthusiastic in this approach, this open data approach. We don't know the reasons. Of course, everyone has their own reasons, but we have seen different aspects of different barriers in different countries. For instance, last year we faced a problem with Croatia, just the newest state member in Europe, setting barriers to some users to get the information about, for instance, the public contracts. Some barriers, they can access to the information, but they have to pay a high cost And after that, we heard that problem, and we have been trying to solve that problem, organizing meetings with the people in charge of these agencies or public bodies. But for sure, we have problems in different parts of Europe. You see that the scoreboard with different levels. This is just it's a clue of the status of these countries, and also the whole picture of the country. So, some problems. There is another question there.
Thank you. Nikolina Mijasic, Zadar County, Croatia. Since you mentioned my country, I'm having several different feelings right now. My plan was, after you finish your presentation, to ask about you said the directive, EU directive on open data is due in June 2015.
Yeah, right.
My country has different sectoral and horizontal problems regarding open data system, and I'm a representative of the public sector, so I know the best. The situation is very, very problematic at the moment. But due to the fact that we are a member of the EU and we are in the period of adjustment, so the public sector has done some efforts to make the data open, but the infrastructure in Croatia, especially in my country, is not in line with those adjustments. So that's very important to say. The funds that we gained during the period when we were a pre-accession country were very little to none. Excuse me, none. So our national funds are not adequate to resolve those problems, and we can do several hundreds of meetings, but that will not resolve the main issue, and that is that for open data system to be able and to be productive, we need to invest money in the infrastructure for those open data systems to be available to all institutions. So that's the main problem. On local levels, we mainly manage on our own. So if I need, I'm employee in the Department for European Processes, and I deal mainly on writing and implementing EU-funded projects. If I need several data, I need them daily. I must contact at least 20 people, click at least 200 times to get one information. The rate of unemployment, anything. So that's a big problem. But I must repeat once again, the infrastructure at the moment on local levels, that is very important, not national levels, is very poor. And we need further investments, EU investments, to make this infrastructure open, so that we can do the next step, and that is open data system for public sector. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, it's a matter of mentality. Of course, in different, there are many different levels, layers in the public, in a big public body, in a big government like the national one, and for sure, some of them can be interested in opening the information, others not. But if we can do little steps inside regarding the proceedings, internal proceedings, and just changing the mentality of the people inside the organization, just to get them aware of this is really important. If I have a spreadsheet, why, and I convert the spreadsheet in a PDF, why don't we open the spreadsheet as well? It's just a matter of changing mentality and the internal proceedings. And for sure, in different governments, there are different opinions, and are very isolated, sometimes isolated departments in charge of interesting information, and they want to release that information because they have the fear of having the control of the information. So different mentalities, different opinions, depending on the person itself in charge of the information. By the way, trying to boost the opening information in Croatia, we are trying to visit some, at least organizing an event there, trying to collect different opinions, trying to bring together the community, the people from the government, citizens in general, just to try to help. As I show you, there is a project called Open Data Support in charge of helping governments to open the information, offering new platforms, offering new tools, even offering their own platform to, if you don't have the proper infrastructure to open information, they offer the platform to do it. So it's just making small steps. Any other question?
Okay. Given that the data possessed by the governments are worth some money, there is some kind of legislation or plan of action that prevents government from selling information instead of publishing it?
Yes. You can. It's recommended to open the information for free, but there are the government has the public institution has the ability of charging for the information. There is a restriction, which is the maximum amount of money you can charge for the information is the marginal cost, which is the cost, the additional cost you might have to collect and to reproduce the information in the target format or the target way to open it. There are also some exceptions regarding that, where you can also not only charge for recovery the marginal cost, but you can charge the recovery cost for an inversion, an investment, for instance, in the cultural resources, cultural institutions that has, for instance, you can think in museums and libraries that should digitize the information, the books or the artworks they have. It's a big investment, so they can arrange exclusive agreements with different organizations, different providers, and also they can charge to recover that investment. So some exceptions, and you can find that some guidelines about the charging rules and methods in those guidelines I showed you. I had a slide here after that because I thought you were asking for that. But the main policy is lowering the charges for the information, and if you can, please do it for free at some sessions and our settings.
More questions?
Thank you. The equation of the directive to the national legislation is underway. How is it going? Have many countries already that have translated to national legislation, or is it they are dragging their feet?
Only a few have already transposed the directive, and even having that in mind, we are thinking in changing that scoreboard I showed you. I will go back just to show you how it's structured. You see in the bottom part, the blue bars are in that case 100 points for implementing the PSI directive. All of them has implemented the 2003 directive, but we will change it to adapt to the current amendment. So these figures will change next year, in January, just to not to push them, but to encourage them to do it as soon as possible, just to compare and see what happens. Because you see, it's just all covered, has covered as requirement.
Okay. Another question, if you please. Regarding some national governments have, regarding charging, have made a concession for some sort of data, for instance, Portugal legislation or so on, having concession to certain outside private providers of information, and they sell that information. Is there some sort of sunset clauses so saying that okay, you will have to keep that concession in place, but going on or something like that?
The recommendation is just review that policies are already done, and just trying to avoid that not it is considered as an abuse, not fair. We have seen different approaches, good ones and bad ones, and you have to be transparent in the case you charge for the use of the information. So if you are doing that, you have to be transparent and informed because you are charging that information. You have to publish all the budget you have and why you are charging for that. And this is very important. It is very clear that you have to be transparent if you charge set fees for the information.
Last question?
Good morning. I wanted to ask you about the update of the data that some organization can publish. I mean, if I collect two data sets from two different organizations, how I can be sure that data sets are have the same, let's say, update timestamps? Because of course I cannot be sure. And so my question is, are there any directive about that? And another question always regarding the data quality. Are there any directive about the completeness, I mean, of the data set?
Not a specific directive, but some working groups inside the ISA program. ISA is about the interoperability among different public administrations in Europe. Some groups are recommending specific vocabularies to represent, for instance, the metadata, the data attached to the information. For instance, if you go to the catalog, open data catalog, there you will be able to see the update, the last update of the information, the author or the origin, I don't know, many information regarding the data itself, not the content, but where when have that information been updated. And that groups recommend the way of express this metadata, where you can see, you can check the frequency of the update, and also other things like the author or the license attached to the information, everything. So this is one. And another question about the complete, how complete is the information. It's not. It's difficult to recommend something like this. The recommendation itself is open all the information as you have it, as complete as you can. There is it is included in one of the principles of the open data. The information should be complete. It's just a recommendation. It's difficult to state.
First of all, let me thank the organizer of this nice event for having invited me here. And can I also add that I've hardly seen a conference which is so well organized. So thanks twice for this. Second thing, I was invited to speak about licenses as applied to public sector information. But let me give you some first more general idea about why I was invited for this topic. I'm currently the executive coordinator of the LAPSI 2.0 project. What is LAPSI? LAPSI is a European Commission funded project, and it is a thematic network of 23 experts coming from 15 different countries of the European Union, but also from there we have one partner from Norway. It's a thematic network which is supposed to discuss on legal aspects of public sector information. Basically, we deal just with the legal rules related to the public sector information. We do not deal with the technical rules. We do not deal with the communication-related aspects. But of course, we have some interactions with the other projects, European projects, but also national projects that are focusing on these other aspects. For instance, we are dealing we are interacting with the shared PSI, which, as Martin said, is the European project dealing with the technical aspects. And we also collaborate with other projects like Europeana, which is intensively dealing with the cultural aspects. LAPSI is dealing with reuse. The European legislators, so the European Commission, Parliament and Council, cannot issue rules, legal rules on access. So the European legislator has a competence just on reuse. The European legislator cannot say anything about the access, only the national legislators can introduce national acts on access. But of course, access is a preliminary and necessary phase that enables the reuse. There's no chance to reuse a set of data if the data are not available. So there's this kind of discrepancy actually. At the European level, we just talk about the last phase of the PSI exploitation. As to the upstream phase, as to the first phase, we have to refer to the national legal rules. And this, of course, may create some problems. Of course, if you want to have more information on the LAPSI project, on what we do, on the outcome of the LAPSI project and on the upcoming event, please go and check the website of the project. And we have our final conference on November 28th in Brussels, and of course you are all invited. You have all the information on the website as to this upcoming event. We will also be in Lisbon leading some parallel sessions of the shared PSI event. So there might be chances to meet again. Once I say that, let's go actually on the topic that we are supposed to intensively deal with today. Licenses applied to PSI. When one deals with the public sector information, licenses are the contracts that enable actually we will see that enable not only reuse but also access. And in this way, we can say that they are the last chain, the last ring of the chain. Because generally you have to first to understand what PSI is, what public sector bodies are, what are the rights that may cover the public sector information. And at the very end, you can focus on the contract, on how to draft a suitable contract for really enabling the access and in particular the reuse. So first of all, licenses apply to public sector information. The first thing that we have to do is to understand what these terms are referring to. Public sector information, as it was explained, refers to the data and the sets of data, the databases of data that are produced on purpose or accidentally by public sector bodies, but they also, PSI may also be the set of data that are simply managed or collected by public sector bodies. So sometimes public sector bodies do not produce on their own the public sector information. They just buy it or they just take it from somewhere else. And this of course has implications. Of course these data, and in particular these data as they are aggregated, have a big potential value, big economic value, but not only a value in economic terms, but also in terms of cultural growth and in terms of social growth. Now, we say that PSI is this set of data that comes from, is held from by public sector bodies. Who are the public sector bodies? Public sector bodies are generally those who are financed by public money. So basically we can say that PSI is information financed by public money, but not only, because sometimes we have public sector bodies that are not necessarily financed by public sector, by public money, but still they are serving a public service mission. They have a public service task. So it depends pretty much on the national rules, but public sector bodies may be many more than what we expect. In concrete, public sector bodies are all the public administration that we generally imagine, like cadastral agencies or municipalities or whatever. But also, as it was already suggested, this notion includes cultural institutions, such as museums, libraries, archives, but also research institutions, public universities, and so on and so forth. Transportation agencies, and then of course it depends pretty much on how at the local level this is ruled. Once we say that, we have to understand what are the licenses. Now, when we talk about licenses as applied to PSI, we generally make reference to the documents that are issued by the public sector bodies in order to enable reuse. What is the reuse? The reuse is any kind of exploitation of the public sector information which goes beyond the public task. So basically the public sector body holds an information produced by itself or not for achieving a public task, for achieving its public mission. Anything which is beyond this public task can be considered as reuse. This is why generally reusers are private citizens, businesses, but they might also be other public sector bodies. But generally public sector bodies are like of finance or of infrastructure, so they do not embark themselves also in reuses. They just try to focus in accomplishing the public task as good as they can. So basically when we talk about licenses, we talk about licenses of reuse. The licenses that enable third parties, businesses, private citizens to exploit the information further, develop applications and so on and so forth. However, what we often neglect in all the sectors is that when we talk about licenses, we have to take into account also the contracts thanks to which third parties give public sector information to public sector bodies. What I just told you is that PSI is the information that may be produced by public sector bodies or may be produced by someone else and collected then by public sector bodies. So it means that in some cases you have third parties outside from the public sector bodies that are producing, creating the PSI, and then the PSI is somehow transferred to the public sector bodies. And in this case, of course, you need a license. You need a contract to say, okay, I'm the creator of a specific PSI, and I'm giving it to you. What am I giving it to you exactly? This is the point. Okay? Now I'm using, oops. Oops. What happened? Sorry, I'm a lawyer, so I'm very Okay. I'm using these non-legal terms in order to identify the does not let's stay this way. When I'm talking about the contracts that thanks to which the third parties give the produced PSI to public sector bodies, I'm at the upstream level, and I'm talking about input licenses, which are very often neglected. When I'm talking about the document issued by the public sector body in order to enable the reuse of third parties, I'm talking about the output licenses, so what comes out from the public sector bodies, and I'm at the downstream level. Of course, in order to have a downstream level, an appropriate downstream level, we need to settle everything at the upstream level. Okay, let's see if it's work. Yeah. Now, let's start from the upstream level, from the upstream framework, because if this phase is not appropriately followed, we will have a problem at the later stage. The point is, when you have PSI which is produced outside of the public sector body, I told you that you need a license or a contract to transfer this PSI to the public sector body itself. But the question is, what is the third party exactly transferring? Think about a museum, which is a specific public sector body, but still it is included in the notion. When there are the creators, painters or sculptors that are creating some works of art, they are transferring something to the museum. What are they exactly transferring? They generally transfer the copy, the tangible works of art, but anything else actually. And of course, very often there might be rights over these tangible things, and the public sector body has not these intangible rights embedded in the tangible material. Actually, the public sector body has to ask himself, is the PSI that I received embedding some rights, some intellectual property rights, copyrights, patents, or other intellectual property rights, or not? Is the PSI that I received embedding some personal data? Think about the health-related information, which is of course full of personal data. Is the information that I produced or received confidential? Is it keeping some trade secret? So there are tons and tons of rights that we often neglect if we are not really specialized in the sector. That may create problems at a later stage, at the downstream level. And the PSB should have the skills to, or at least the initiative to ask themselves what right can exist on the PSI and what are the consequences of it. Of course, if it is not clear what the public sector body received, there might be problems, because if I do not know which rights I hold, it is impossible that I know what I can enable you to do. if I perfectly know what I hold, I'm able to encourage you to exploit the public sector information that I have according to what I can transfer or I can authorize you to do. Okay? So it is important that the public sector body knows exactly what it has and under which condition it has this information. Once that the right clearance, basically, it's the first step that a public sector body has to go through. Once that the right clearance phase is done and the appropriate input licenses are drafted and used at the upstream level, it is possible to deal with output licenses. Is it possible to shift from the upstream phase to the downstream phase? Once the public sector body has a clear idea about what it holds, it can say, okay, now I know how I can exploit myself this information. For instance, the museum that knows that has not only the masterpiece, but has also the copyright on the masterpiece. It knows that it can digitize the masterpiece. It can digitize for making it available. If it does not have the copyright, it cannot do anything but displaying it in the rooms. And still, there might be problem on that. So we can shift at this point at the reuse licenses at the downstream level, and at the downstream level there are different non-ideal hypotheses that can occur. The first hypothesis that can occur is that the content is still not available. So basically the public sector body has some material, has some information, but it does not make it available. The second hypothesis, which is better than the first one but still not ideal, is that the public sector body makes this material available at a very high price, to high fees. And the third not ideal situation is that the public sector bodies make the PSI available at reasonable cost, but the problem is that there are not the suitable conditions, the appropriate conditions for reusing. So basically the stuff is there, but still we cannot reuse it, for whatever reason. Now let's start from the first non-ideal situation. We have a content which is not available, which means that there's no access, or the access is very limited. It's limited just to the physical, to the tangible copy, but not to the digitized copy. So we need to move to the public sector body, and which means that if the public sector body is not located in our own city, we have to take a train or a flight or whatever. We do not have access, and since there's no access, there's no reuse neither. But as I told you, the European Commission cannot do anything about that because access is ruled at the national level. So in different countries, we have different access conditions. In some countries, you need to have a legitimate interest in order to access a specific document. So it means that you have to justify your interest, and you have to provide justifications to the public sector body in order to simply access it, which does not necessarily mean that then you will be authorized to the reuse. So access is a real problem, and it is very complicated to understand how it works, unless you have many skills in administrative law at the local level. Okay? And of course, the lack of access is limiting the reuse. How comes? Well, if there's no access, it means that there are no input licenses, which means that probably the public sector body got the tangible PSI, but did not get the right to make the stuff available. Or maybe there are some rights that are impeding the availability of this material public sector information. Like, it's a confidential information, there are personal data. It is so complicated that the access cannot be enabled. Okay? Or maybe the licenses, the input licenses that were chosen are not appropriate. Think about, for instance, the I don't know, the words, the information that is provided somehow to the public sector body by via a public-private partnership. Generally, the private part, the private partner is very clever, and it says, okay, I will keep all the rights. So basically, you do not do anything unless I authorize you, which means no access, or maybe probably selected access and selected reuse. Now, even under the new PSI directive, it is not possible to force access and reuse, which means that currently we are under the regime of the old PSI directive, of the directive of 2003, because as it was mentioned earlier, the new directive is going to be transposed and implemented at the national level by 2015. A few countries have already done it. Other countries will do it in due time. Other countries will probably do it a bit later. The interest of transposing something at the national level quite late is that you have the example of those countries that have already done it, and it means that you may avoid some mistakes that other countries have already done. But it's going to be quite complicated. And in any case, under the current regime of the 2003 directive, basically the public sector bodies can decide to, to enable access and reuse. And actually, they can decide to enable reuse, and they can do whatever they want about access, because access does not depend on the PSI directive. And under the new directive, as it was mentioned earlier, only the accessible material has to be reusable. So if the public sector body decides that the material has not to be accessible, or if the public sector bodies cannot make it accessible, there is no reuse. So once again, this has to do with the access, but access has to be ruled at the national and local level. And the PSI directive and the PSI set of rules at the supranational level cannot do much about that. What can we do on that? Well, first, we can raise the awareness of public sector bodies and encourage them to not to neglect the input initiative, the input licenses, which is something even among the experts, it's something that is very often neglected. And of course, once the first step is done, we can move to the second step, and we can take care of the reuse licenses. Now, the second situation is that it's a little bit better, because the content is available, but still it is available at very high cost, which means that you have to pay a lot, or quite a lot, for accessing it. Which means that you may say, okay, I'm not ready to spend all that money for accessing it and then for reusing it. So a few reusers, potential reusers, are satisfied. Only those that can afford the price, which means that it's not a very democratic situation that is realized. Now, under the old PSI directive, this is possible, because as it was mentioned earlier, under the old PSI directive, it is possible to charge costs. Well, these costs have a roof, and the roof is the cost of production, production dissemination, and management of the PSI. But still, it's a higher cost than the cost that is foreseen by the new PSI directive, which is the marginal cost as a general principle. Which means that any time that PSI is made available under the new regime, the new directive that is going to be transposed in 2015, the principle is that the public sector body shall ensure the reuse and for the marginal cost, which is can often tend to zero. Of course, even in the new directive, there are exceptions. We were mentioning cultural institutions, museums, archives, and libraries have a different regime compared to the other public sector bodies. So they may decide to ensure the reuse at the higher prices. So think about all the market operators that are dealing with art or with the publishing. They have to be ready to spend more than the reusers that may be interested in the geographical information, for instance. Okay. In addition to that, we have to take into account what is still outside from the PSI regime. I told you that public sector information is all the information that is held somehow by the public sector bodies. The directives, the old one and the new one, are introducing a regime for most of the public sector information, but not all the public sector information. All the public sector information which is covered by intellectual property rights that are belonging to third parties is not subject to this regime, which means that whenever a public sector body has an information which is covered by the copyright or some other rights like the rights on databases this information is outside the scope of the directive, which means that should the public sector body wish to make it available also for reuses, it can make it available at higher prices than the marginal cost or the cost of production, because it's excluded by the rules that are introduced by the PSI directive. Then in general, of course, we have all the information which is in the public domain. It should be freely available, much easier, but it is not necessarily the case, in particular under the old directive for the reasons that I've just told you. Now, what we have to do in the second case? Well, we have to wait, first of all, for the transposition of the new PSI directive, which is at least imposing the principle of the marginal cost, so at least we are moving forward. And of course, once again, we have to raise the awareness of public sector bodies as to the PSI reuse and open data. So basically, we have to implement lots of activities to inform the public sector bodies that open data are not such a bad thing, and they can have good implications in terms of cultural and growth and innovation and so on and so forth. And of course there's a lot of reluctancy, depending pretty much on the market sector, depending pretty much on the country where you are. You made the example of the Netherlands, where everything is easily open and released with very not strict condition at all, but you have other countries which have not at all the same approach. Okay. The third hypothesis, which is not ideal, is an hypothesis that I learned by the Norwegian experience. Basically, you have a wide access because the quantity is available at the marginal cost or even for free, but then you can't do anything with this content. So basically, you cannot download it, you cannot read it appropriately, you can't reuse it. You can't reuse it, and you generally think about Norway like a country which is very well advanced. And actually it is more advanced than those countries that do not enable access or enable access for and reuse for a high price. But still, they have problems. Actually the reuse basically is not enabled for technical reasons, because it's a problem with the readability or the fact that the material is not easily downloaded. But not only, there are also legal problems that may limit reuse. Basically, for instance, if you do not have appropriate input or output licenses, you can restrict the condition of reuse, and we're coming to this in a few minutes. What can we do in this hypothesis? Basically, the public sector body shall take care of the technical issues, but not only of the technical issues. Probably the technical issues are the first steps, but then you have also to deal with the legal aspects. So the legal aspects are dealing not only with the national rules, not only with what the legislator has to do, but also with the contractual issues. So also with what the public sector body itself can do. And more ideal situation is when you have the content available at the marginal cost or for free, and the content is also reusable. And of course, you have this situation when you have not only the technical infrastructures that enable you to have a wide access and reuse, but also the legal, the suitable legal conditions, the contractual conditions that enable you a wide reuse and a sustainable reuse as well. And of course, I'm not going to deal with the technical aspects, but I'm going to focus on the legal aspects for saying that the wide reuse can be not only encouraged, fostered, but really ensured only if you use the appropriate reuse licenses. Otherwise, the reuse is not going to be wide nor sustainable. And the question that we have to ask is, what is an appropriate license for a wide public sector information reuse, actually? Well, you have different options. You have some countries adopted ad hoc licenses. Some countries did not adopt ad hoc licenses, just took some models that were already existing, also for other issues, and use those models, already existing models, for the PSI reuse as well. Now, when you're talking about ad hoc licenses, it means that very often there's a top-down initiative. Very often there's an involvement of the institutions, of the legislator. So basically, it is a public initiative. So at the local level, the public institutions are are introducing these ad hoc licenses, thinking what is the most suitable framework under which the reuse can be ensured. The alternative is to have, to look around what is already existing and to say, okay, let's try and use this model and let's try to apply it to this topic. This was done in particular with the Creative Commons licenses. Do you know that? Okay. So the Creative Commons licenses are basically copyright licenses. So contract licenses that were introduced for solving the problems of copyrighted works, books, pictures, and so on and so forth. And the Creative Commons licenses happen to be also suitable, to some extent, for public sector information, which is, by the way, sometimes also covered by intellectual property that may belong to the public sector by itself. In this case, the public sector body has to license it to the reusers. Very often, when you look around and you are inspired by an already existing model, you do not have a top-down initiative. You do not need to have an initiative of the public institution, of the local legislature. The initiative comes bottom-up, comes from the community. Like the Creative Commons licenses were not introduced by a state. They were introduced by a team of researchers, Stanford, right? If I'm not wrong, that created this source of legal rules, which actually worked. And of course, there was an improvement all over the years that encouraged the dissemination of these licenses. I personally think that whatever is the option chosen, it doesn't matter. Actually, if you want to involve a public institution or the public institution are really keen in being involved in drafting of licenses, or if you want to adopt the Creative Commons or something like that is already existing, it's okay. The important thing, the crucial thing, is that you have to use interoperable licenses. You have to use standard licenses, which means that whenever you decide that geographical data have to be released under these conditions, you need to release these conditions under this condition all the geographical data, and you do not have to use one license for a set of geographical data and a different one for other geographical data. So standardized license in these terms, but also interoperable licenses. What does it mean? It means that very often when you want to reuse data, you want to mash them up, which means that you take some data from one public sector body and another set of data from another one, and very often the conditions, the licensing conditions that were imposed by the different public sector bodies are different. So at some point you do not know which conditions you have to follow, and sometimes you are blocked. You are stuck because you cannot do anything with different sets licensed under different conditions. This is why I was telling you that sometimes the PSI is available, it's technically readable, downloadable, whatever, but there are two strict conditions that are limiting the reuse. So basically, you have, once you are drafting, once the public sector bodies are defining what are the best contractual options that they have available, they have to think about interoperability. Interoperability is the key for ensuring the sustainability of reuse, to ensure the reuse on the long term. Otherwise, at some point, you have fewer reusers that can actually exploit the information, and at some point, the reuse is stuck. Okay, and the purpose of the directive and of the PSI rules does not serve. Now, where I am? Okay. Yeah, they were just okay. Let's leave it like this. What are interoperable licenses? I'm talking, of course, about legal interoperability and not technical interoperability. They go together, but I'm dealing with legal rules. Basically, the more open is the license, the more interoperable it is. So, in order to have interoperable licenses, you have to ensure the reuse for both commercial and non-commercial purposes. So basically, you have to encourage the reuse for whatever purpose. If you start saying, okay, I encourage the reuse but just for specific purposes, at some points it's very obvious that this data set will be matched up with some other, should be matched up with some other data sets that are that could encourage non-commercial purposes as well, but you can't do anything at that stage. And then it is very complicated to follow what are commercial purposes under the legal perspective and really to enforce the non-commercial purposes only licenses. Because once the information is released, it's beyond your control. I also remind you that, which is non-legal aspects, but then with legal implications. Generally, if you can ensure the creation of derivative works, it is better, because again, if you impose a non-derivative licenses, it's again, it's a bottleneck. At some point, the set of data will be could be aggregated to another set of data, which gives more open conditions. And there's also a third condition, which is a share-alike condition. We, as a LAPC group, and I also personally think that it's a tricky condition, and it generally, we have to be a bit skeptical about this condition. Share-alike means that you basically oblige the further reusers to license the stuff to the same conditions that they had once they received the public data information or the material that they want to re-exploit. Now, this share-alike condition basically is also imposing a kind of viral condition, which is of course ensuring, on one hand it is ensuring the how to say, the sustainability of reuse and of dissemination, but on the other hand it can discourage at the upstream level the availability of the data. And since the availability of the data depends on access rules, and the access rules are pretty much decided at the national level and also at the very local level by the public sector by itself, it's always, we think that it is not a very good idea to use it. Okay, basically the final framework, the final suitable framework that we identified are the licenses, Creative Commons attribution or Creative CC0 licenses, or other kind of licenses, ad hoc licenses which have just these two conditions, well, this condition of attribution. In other words, if you use the CC BY or CC0, so basically if you license, if the public sector body is licensing the public sector information, requiring just the attribution, or even with no attribution, the interoperability on the long term is assured. Okay, because there's no other strict condition that can limit somehow the aggregation of different data sets. Yeah. Now, so far, I've been talking about public sector information reuse. I think that I mentioned just one open date of open licenses. Because actually open licenses are licenses that can ensure a wide reuse and a sustainable reuse. So there are very few open licenses. And even among those open licenses that are called, that are standardizedly called open licenses. So basically, in order to ensure not only the PSI availability for reuse, but really the open data for reuse, and the open data paradigm, which is not currently into first yet, we need to take care of the technical conditions, but also of the legal conditions. And there are very few licenses that can really foster the open data, spread over. And of course, thanks to the open data strategies, we can really foster the economic growth, the social and the cultural growth, which are the overall goals of the European legislators. In particular, the PSI directive was drafted to encourage the economic development. Initially, the European legislator did not care about the cultural and social development. It was just, the directive was just oriented to an economic growth. But then, with the trend, the open data trends that were really developed at the community level, the European legislator now is much more aware about these needs, this chance to develop the social and the cultural growth along with the economic one. Now, I try to give you a first glance presentation actually, and the reality is quite complex, and there are still many questions that remain unsolved. Like I told you that we need to have interoperable licenses. I did not mention standardized license on my slide on purpose, because when we say standardized license, I told you that we mean the same license for the same set, the data of the same nature. But are we really sure that we just need one license only for different data of different natures? Are we sure that one single license at the Creative Commons attributions or the CC0 is really suitable for all these kinds of data of different natures? Are we really sure that the cultural data have the same needs of the geographical or spatial data? I do not know. This is something that we are still working on. Who decides which license has to be adopted, which output licenses have to be adopted, which are the most suitable ones? Is it the national legislator? Is it the local policymakers? Is it the public sector body itself? Of course, if this is the national legislator, the pro is that we have a quite homogeneous framework, because there's one decision, and at the local level, the public sector bodies are inspired by this decision. But of course, it may be more distant from the local needs, because the national policymaker does not really know what is happening in all the municipalities. On the contrary, if we leave the decision to the public sector bodies, of course we will pay more attention to the very local needs, but there will be a very heterogeneous framework, which means that when there is a heterogeneous framework, you never know who is doing what, and you can be a bit lost. and you can have some legal uncertainty. And legal certainty is something very important in order to avoid or at least limiting transaction costs. As to the privacy and personal data related issues, these are very important things. Can they really be solved by via the licenses, the output licenses or the contractual tools? I don't think so. One of the questions that we were wondering during the drafting of licensing guidelines that we had in the LAPSI 2 project, is it, but also in LAPSI 1 actually, is it useful to have a notice or I don't know, a clause on privacy and on personal data in the license itself? We ended up by saying that in any case you have to respect the legal rules that are already existing. So even if you do not have the specific clause in the contract, you have some rules that you have to be compliant with. So there's no necessary need to have them in. Still a notice may be useful, but in any case, the personal data and the issue, and the privacy issue as well, is so complex that I do not know if it can really be solved, because basically you can release your personal data and you can authorize the reuse for very specific purposes, while the main character of the reuse and open data paradigm is that you never know what are the reuses that will come out. So basically the legal rules are in discrepancies with the technology and with the creativity of the people that can use this PSI. What about other rights? I mentioned you intellectual property rights, which are creating enormous trouble. In addition to that, the European Commission DG that is dealing with intellectual property is not the same DG that is dealing with public sector information and open data, which means that there's a need also of interoperability at the European Commission level, let's say it this way. Other rights like rights on cultural heritage. In some countries, I do not know about Portugal, but I know, for instance, in Italy or in Greece, you have a cultural heritage code, which is imposing some limitations to the reuse of reproduction of museums on other cultural goods. How to do with that? The Creative Commons licenses are not enough to deal with that as well, because Creative Commons licenses are dealing with intellectual property rights, and in particular with copyright, and in some very advanced version with the database protection right. So it's complicated, and these are just the general questions. Then there are very technical questions that we try to solve in LAPSI, but I don't know if we will be ever able to do that. For instance, very recently the European Commission released a licensing guidelines that is available on the EC website. We did lots of work in the LAPSI 2.0 project, and it is pretty much in line with the result of the European Commission. I think that I would suggest to any public sector body to have a look at these guidelines. They are quite clear, but they do not solve all the problems. So how to move forward? How to find a suitable solution for solving any problem? And in addition to that, there's a very technical question for legal people. Are the reuse licenses the administrative act? If you define output licenses as contracts, you have some possibilities. If you define output licenses as administrative acts, it means that, for instance, the output licenses have to be in the local language. The public administration have to use the local language only, which means that in case some researchers, and I know that some researchers did, define the output licenses as administrative act, the Creative Commons do not work. So far most of the researchers say that they are not, just to encourage the viability of the whole things. But it's not that easy to be implemented. Well, I talk too much. It's not a novelty. If you have any remarks and questions, that's it.
It's a pleasure for me to be here with you in my neighbor country, Portugal. I come from Portugal and Spain, and it's always nice to be here. First, I want to thank CITEK and Transcreativa projects to give us the opportunity, and to me particularly, representing Homer Project, the opportunity to be here in open data, and particularly to Instituto Pedro Nunes and the organizers for your kind invitation. Thank you. What I want to arise here is not a technological speech. In fact, I'm not into technology. As you can see after that, I come from the agricultural sector, but we have been involved in an initiative that tries to improve a real experience of fostering a set of common initiatives among different regions. Our representative of City Council of Coimbra told that this morning there is a gap between countries in open data policies and the use of PSI, but not only into countries, but also into regions. And we have to face that. The difference is very big, and we have to improve and foster activities just in order to encourage the participation and the open data reuse. So, therefore, it was necessary to encourage open data policies in the regions of the Mediterranean countries, such as Andalusia is, so that they could benefit from the advantages offered by the use of public sector data. But the open data scenario that we could find when the project was still a proposal can be found here. These are some of the main issues we could find. There was a little awareness of the policies of open data and the potential benefits. Even open data legal frameworks were very complex and fragmented. We have talked about this during this morning. Even governments were not recognizing the benefits of having or making their data open and reusable. And this is a key issue. We need to have the commitment of the governments to open the information, as said before by other speakers, as Martin. And even there are difficulties in multilingual search, access, and reuse. As you can see in a few minutes, the partnership is very heterogeneous, and even we have 7 different languages into the partnership. So this is one of the main barriers. Even more, regarding Homer geographical scope, we had in the beginning 2 different types of or blocks of countries or regions. One more developed in open data policies, even in time being member state of the European Union, which is some experience, even PSI reuse, or even PSI directive included in regional national laws. And we had another group of regions and countries with less experience. So the project, facing the project activities was very challenging at the beginning of the project. So the project proposes what you can see here. We want to stimulate open data policies in the Med area through the adoption of technical, legal, and political standards to close the gap between the Mediterranean countries and the northern countries. And the project may focus the activities in these 5 sectors which are strategic for those regions, which are agriculture, tourism, environment, energy, and culture. I would like to highlight here that the project Homer consists in an initiative of the European Territorial Cooperation among regions, which is a strategic project of the MED European program. The project involves 19 partners from 13 regions in 8 different countries. In Andalusia, the region that I represent here, has participated through the Agency for the Management of Agriculture and Fisheries, which is a regional body of the government of Andalusia. It is a 3-year duration project which began in April 2012, and we are getting now to the ending of the project. And the budget is up to 3.6 million euros, 75% co-funded by the European Regional Development Funds. In this slide, you can see a general overview of the partner regions, the beneficiary partners and the associated partners. As you can see, there were 13 regions represented here, 7 regional governments and other 6 public agencies, which is very important for the development of the activities. In fact, we could find that the involvement of ICT competent authorities was a key issue for the success of the activities, and not having them has been considered as one of the main barriers in the project. That was the case of Andalusia, in which the partners that were involved were not on ICT, and we have suffered several restrictions and competencies problems due to this concern. Besides the regional governments and public agencies, there were other public bodies, other partners that were ICT foundations and agencies, and even other institutions from academia, mainly the universities. And now, if you please, I can shut up for some minutes, and we can see a short video of the project, so you can relax.
Open data are a very valuable social good. Governments can make their activity more transparent. Citizens can be better informed and participate in the decision-making process, and the reuse of open data is a valuable economic resource for the development of new businesses. How can we increase the diffusion of open data and their use in today's Europe? Homer is a strategic European project that promotes access to public data in the countries facing the Mediterranean. Homer involves 19 partners in 8 countries: Spain, France, Italy, Slovenia, Montenegro, Greece, Cyprus, and Malta. It is coordinated by the Piedmont region and funded by the MED Territorial Cooperation Program. Homer has developed a federation of open data portals. It is a virtual system that collects metadata relating to 5 strategic sectors: agriculture, environment, culture, energy, and tourism. Data are searched through a semantic and multi-language search engine. Indeed, Homer speaks 7 languages, as it uses a common communication model based on Eurovoc, a multidisciplinary thesaurus of the European Union. The collaboration among the different countries makes it possible to share knowledge and experiences and to define together the technological, organization, and legal standards that are to be followed to adopt good policies on open data. Homer opens hundreds of public datasets, and it improves access to and transparency of the digital heritage of the whole Mediterranean. Homer is a treasure trove. It offers data useful for research, didactics, market innovation, and development of the digital market. Homer wants to grow to become the model for a transnational open data federation. It is now open to new topics and new partners. Each partner still carries out its own initiatives on open data and may contribute to the growth of the competencies within the Federation. This is a vision that we would like all European governments to share.
So this video may summarize what we have been talking about today, and well, it is very clear. The aims of the project are, on one hand, to stimulate the accessibility and the reuse of public information across the net area, to unlock the full potential of PSI in the 5 strategic sectors, and on the other hand, to improving the access to public information by the citizens, in order to encourage participation in public policies. We must guarantee that the public cost of obtaining and managing the information return to society with greater value. We have to give another value involving the businesses, the citizens, into the definition of new policies and going forward the participatory democracy. Homer Project does not have a unique strategy but a set of strategies besides the communication actions set up in order to disseminate the project and raise awareness about the potential benefits of the use. Other important actions have been carried out. Regarding capitalization actions at regional level, we must think always that we are talking about regional level. We must ensure that we can be able to establish strategies and others required to open the public sector information and to achieve the maximum benefits from the reuse. From our harmonization actions, we want to allow open data interoperability, promote open data policies and portals across the net area, and set up a net public sector information federation, as you could watch in the video. The first thing that we had to do was to conduct a socio-economic study to analyze the benefits and the obstacles of open data, as well as the impact in the economy. Altogether, it is estimated that during 2014, about 42 billion euros can be in this kind of activities in the European Union, and over 3 billion euros in the regions of the project. Well, 42 billion euros is some different of what Martin said this morning. I think you told us about maybe 32, but these amounts can be discussed. Subsequently, another study was conducted to find out about the state of the art of the open data policies in the regions, to learn about the current situation in each one and the existing technical solutions. It was also necessary to establish the legal and technical requirements to create a federation of open data portals, which is one of the aims of the project. In this way, it is possible to get a structure more effective and with less cost to taxpayers. Up to now, 13 regions have been incorporated in the federation, and we have over 3,400 datasets. And maybe, as we discussed previously, the most important is not the number of datasets, but maybe the quality. We can discuss about that. Finally, within the actions of capitalization, each region developed a medium and long-term action plan that proposed a series of actions that will encourage public sector in the design and phase open data initiatives. Another of the most important actions carried out in the project has been the development of 2 different kinds of pilot actions, With them, we wanted to test what happens if we want to encourage citizenship and businesses to carry out the reuse of open data information. The first one is what we call the Hack for Med. It was oriented to stimulate the reuse of public information from the business side, for example, through the development of mobile applications. This type of actions was carried out simultaneously in by 7 partners in 5 regions in a 24 hours hackathon that you know very well because you're going to have one tomorrow. And the output was 36 projects reusing open data. Regarding another pilot action that we call pilot action type B, the aim was at improving citizenship to access to open data, experimenting how they can bring their contribution to improve their quality of life in the territories. So they can be participants in the definition of the projects or policies and the co-elaboration of new solutions. In the case of Andalusia, which I know better, this type of pilot action in which citizenship was involved, we work in the agri-food sector, especially with traditional and local food involving small traditional industries. And too many interesting ideas aimed by the different meetings and workshops that we gathered together with businesses, group of consumers, developers, and other stakeholders. Regarding the hackathon, some prototypes of these and other applications were developed and they demonstrated their utility. It was a really stimulant activity. The activity encouraged companies to go forward with these kind of actions. Now again, to rest a bit, if you want, I can show you what happened during the hackathon in Andalusia. Yes, please. And may I ask to the audience who is going to participate tomorrow in the hackathon? Please raise your hands, please. Okay, not too much. Just a few. I hope it is fruitful. As I said to you before, the winner in each region went to a contesting jury during June, and there was a final winner, which is CITEK, which is an application developed by one of the Montenegrin team. It is very curious because Montenegro is the only country partner in the Homer project, but it's not member state. And this application was aimed oriented to suggest nearby touristic locations to visitors. Well, they win. And regarding the feedback, we have had too many contacts with the stakeholders in the pilot actions, and we heard some common things that were worries about that they had. The main were these ones. For example, open data for creating services needs a high technical skills. Open data is not for all. What do you think about this? Data sets have very poor quality, not updated, missing information. Another was that the information is in very different formats among similar topics, data, and even from the same source. Some others say that it's better to have few data but high quality, rather than a lot of data. We can discuss about this what we want because there are too many different ways of thinking. Even more in terms of language, Homer uses Eurovoc to search metadata, but the data are in each partner's language. This is an obstacle to developers. And one general sense is that it is difficult to citizens, not experts, to use open data without a support. Animators are needed. We have to take this into account for further actions. So, these were a lot of problems identified, yes, but we could find another one related to other legal, technical, legal, governance obstacles. We can summarize as this one. Among technical obstacles, there is a lack of specialized skills to manage open databases in public administration staff. They have not personnel with skills to open data. There is also difficulty to keep the data updated due to the portals not user-friendly or non-expert. And most public data are still collected and managed in not digital form and not readable by machines. Regarding the legal side, the protection of private personal data is perceived as the main legal obstacle to the participation of open data initiatives. In Andalusia, particularly, we suffered this obstacle too much because we link agricultural information to personal information. It is a big problem to separate one from another and to let managers know that there are technical solutions to avoid this. Different laws and regulations are factors that slow down the implementation of open data. Too many differences among regions and countries. But who is supposed to give us a unique guide? Maybe the European Commission? We don't know. And from the governance side, we found that the organization has no internal protocol. Each department head or the representative or the responsible decide which information can be opened, and so the results differ so much from one administration to another, one region to another, one country to another. Also, open data are perceived mainly as an exercise of transparency from the administrations towards the citizens, but not as a real tool for boosting local economy. These are too many problems, but from the initial situation we have go some forward. Now all partners of the project have their own open data portal. They have the directive on place or in the process of doing so, incorporating at regional or national laws. The open data portals are inside the federation, and they have somehow few staff trained in open data with technical and legal expertise. It is not too bad. But where do we go next? The project is go to its ending, and we want to evolve, but maybe not alone. Can the European Commission guide us? We hope so. Do we have to evolve to a real federation or real federation of data and not to a federation of open data portals? This is a question that we arise. We are not sure how to do. Do we have to move from regional open data portals to national ones, or even the European Union open data portal? Can we overcome the language barrier? And how to do that? It's not easy. Do we have to concentrate only the animation hackathons? Do we have to reduce the opening but strengthen the reuse? And how to link regional activities as Homer project with national initiatives or even European initiatives? Well, we don't know. We are still working. We have 6 months until the end of the project. And, well, I have to say, just to end the presentation, that from for Andalusia, the experience has been very interesting. It helped to join efforts and better channel the enormous amount of information that we generate from the public administration. And thanks to the cooperation with other regions, Andalusia has been able to foster the involvement of up to 20 public bodies of the regional government. But we still now need to go further. So maybe can be another Homer 2.0. If you want to join us, we can talk about this. And that's all from my side. Thank you so much for listening.
First of all, let me thank the Instituto Pedro Nunes for the opportunity for being here and trying to present you a little bit about what is the Portuguese experience within this area. Second question, sorry for the delay for coming here in the morning because I had a meeting in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. As you can understand, I'm not Engineer Paulo Neves. Engineer Paulo Neves is the president of AMA, and João Ricardo Vasconcelos, I'm replacing him because he had a last minute appointment with the minister. So I will try to be as interesting as Mr. Paulo Neves would be with you guys and try to give you a general view about what we're doing here at Portugal within this domain. So my presentation is, I call it Open and Smart Government. I will focus on open data, but not only on open data. First of all, as it was being mentioned, I work for the Agency for Administrative Modernization, or Agency for the Public Services Reform. For your reference, it's an agency that that responds directly to the Presidency of the Council of Ministers. So it's not located in a sectorial ministry. It's located within the let's say higher ministry, and that's not and that happens because precisely our role is to or main goal is to have a transversal role within all the Portuguese public administration. And what we do is we lead and we are responsible for administrative modernization, administrative simplification, and e-government. Try to describe you a little bit about our activities. We normally present what we do with this kind of iceberg picture. So what you have and is visible to the public is activities in the domains of public services delivery. For example, if you ask to a national citizen, what is AMA, what is the Agency for the Public Services Reform, probably nobody will know about that. But if you ask the common citizen, for example, what is the citizen shop network, Lojas do Cidadão, if you ask the Portuguese citizen what is the Cartão de Cidadão or the Portuguese citizen's card, okay, maybe they will know. And that kind of projects are led by AMA, precisely because they are transversal projects within all the public administration. Yeah. Okay, so let me start with a big question, try to address the question of open government and namely open data. I'm a political scientist. My background is a little bit different. I'm not from the ICT domain, and this is the kind of question that normally we do, and that a student of political science would be, let's say, prepared to respond. This is why democracy is a better political system. It's not a new question, and I think most of you have already thought, have already read about this kind of question, and there are plenty of answers to precisely to that answer. It's a better political system because you have voting, you have rights, you have freedom of expression, you have freedom of union, etc., representation, several issues. But there is also what we call a little big difference when you talk about democracy. Is precisely the question of checks and balances. It's the possibility and let's say it's the capability of the system to be controlled, to be leveraged, to give the word to the civil society, and etc. And what makes it particularly strong? It is, and so this is the first assumption that I would like to present and to you guys to keep in mind is, okay, assumption number one is when a political system is more open, it means also that it has more strength, because if you have freedom of press, if you have open data, if you have several mechanisms like that, it's much more difficult to make any kind of attempt to collapse or to get down with that political system. So openness is a question of being strong or of being or having more power in terms of political system. And when we talk about the public administration, and when we talk about government, and this is the image, the Portuguese know it very well, but for example, I know that some of our participants here that came directly to Coimbra, maybe they didn't have the possibility to know about this. This is Terreiro do Passo, is one of the main quarters in Lisbon that has all the ministries and etc. But when we talk about government and when we talk about the public sector, the typical question that we do is, okay, how does our citizens, how our citizens look at the government, how they see us, and what are the major impressions that they have about the government. And the typical answer, let me be a little bit dramatic about it, is something like this. Okay. It's too complex, it's too bureaucratic, it's a kind of, it has too much control, it involves us too much, it's a little bit, when citizens look at government, they see, let's say, a big monster, difficult to deal with. And that represents what we call a locked institution. That is, an institution where transparency, where participation is, of course, not one of the biggest issues that is being addressed. And normally, what we try to do, and what we try to use as a big expression in AMA, it's something as simple as this. That is, how can citizens trust in their government if their governments don't trust on their citizens? So it's like a big soundbite, but it's good to keep it in mind and see what we can do to address it. As you all know, I don't need to convince you about this. If you use ICT, if you use today's technologies, today's means in several areas to open government, you have plenty of possibilities to do it. So plenty of tools, plenty of mechanisms, and etc. And what we're trying to do, and this is a big effort, this is not a one-day task to do, is of course to make government more open and try to make it based on what are the key pillars of an open government. There is transparency, that is participation, and that is of course collaboration. So these are the big pillars that we have. And again, assumption number 2, what we strongly believe that is when you have a more open government, it means also a more stronger and more focused public administration, focused and more synchronized with people's need, people's will, and etc. And that's, of course, a thing that you have to keep in mind. Third question that I would like to share with you. Normally, when you think about open, probably not today, but some few years ago, and you try to explain it to several stakeholders, namely not in the ICT domain, they look at these kind of topics of open like kind of geek stuff. Try to explain, for example, and I think you all have this kind of experience, or the importance of open software, of open access, of open data to a person that that is not synchronized with this kind of topics. It's not, of course, an easy task, and we have several images that try to show it. But what we have in the last years, and I think you can agree with me with this, is also that open has stopped being just a geek stuff, and it starts being a more transversal issue, and even the major players, private players, civil society players start looking at it as not a geek stuff, but something much more than that. So, and besides the question of transparency, it starts being a question of economy. Precisely because when you come open in terms of open data, when you come open in terms of open software and etc., what you're talking about besides transparency is also a question of economy. And there are plenty of studies that can share that, and even that's one of the key questions that has made that institutions like, for example, the European Union, like the OECD, etc., start having and start putting the question of open and open government in the center of their agenda. So assumption number 3, as I mentioned, it's not only a question of transparency, it's not only a question of democracy, it's also a question of economy. That is a very and that's a very good view about how can even at political level try to have some consensus about these issues. Now let me share you a little bit, and let me underline this a little bit, about what's happening in Portugal, and I will talk with you about some of the projects that we have underway. Some of them are more developed, others, okay, they need probably to be consolidated. But let me show you about that. The first one is, as you know, what we call the Portuguese Open Data Portal that is called dados.gov. Here in Portugal has, like in most countries, probably in the last 3 years or something like that, opened up, entered a little bit in the public agenda, not in the general public agenda or the general political agenda, but mostly in the key stakeholders in the public sector. They start talking about open data and the benefits of it. So what we try to do is having in mind precisely the experience of several other countries that were in the front of open data, like the UK, the US, etc., was precisely to make available our open data portal that we call dados.gov. It is a portal that was launched more than 3 years ago. In fact, Portugal was one of, let's say, at the European level, one of the first countries to join the front of the line in terms of making available this kind of platform. And what we're trying to do, and we've been doing in the last years, is to with, let's call it, some baby steps, try to evangelize, try to convince all the public administration to share their data, and put namely here on dados.gov. Of course, and I don't need to convince you about this, the purpose is not to have a central repository of ultra mega central repository of public information. It's not exactly that. It's the main purpose of this kind of portal here in Portugal, as well as in other countries, is to have a platform that can make available public information, mostly with reuse purpose. So that's what we've been doing. We have already several public institutions involved, from several ministries and etc., from the justice, from Ministry of Higher Education, some local authorities, and etc. So that's the kind of work that we've been doing. And let me also underline one thing when we talk about dados.gov. We are not satisfied, we are not happy about the platform as it is right now. In fact, the balance that we do is, okay, we have a good portal, we have some good efforts that are being done, but we're not there yet, and we need more. We need to it's not sufficient to have 3 years after it's launched to have about 600 data sets from several public institutions. So one of the things that we're trying to do, and that our experience showed to us, is that it's not sufficient to go to public administration and say, to go from public institute to public institute and just say, hey, give us our data, put them there, and so the civil society will go and use and make wonderful stuff about that. What our experience is that is not sufficient. In fact, 3 years after the dados.gov has been launched, we have very few applications that were developed based on that kind of the information that is there. We have several explanations to that. Sometimes the quality of the data is not very good. Sometimes the web services are not the best to be used. The formats and etc. Several problems that we are trying to address. But I think the main evolution within the last year, and that I have already shared recently, even at the European level, is that we are really trying to use dados.gov as a broker at national level and as a broker at the public service. That is, if we can put dados.gov as one of the key points when a public platform is to be launched or something like that, maybe we're making it part of the process, and in this way we're justifying its use and etc. And that's one of the key questions in our view that can make all the difference. Let me give you some example. For example, On last July, we launched here in Portugal what we call the Local Transparency Portal. It's a portal, it's mainly a data portal that aggregates information from several public administration institutes, and the main role of it is, of course, to give the citizens the possibility to better analyze, to better visualize information from their local municipality. What is for us, AMA is co-responsible for this portal. For me, one of the biggest differences about what is being done is precisely that all the information that is here, that is in the Portal de Transparência Municipal, is also available and is being consumed directly within .gov. So this portal is being fed by Dutch.gov. That's what the big difference about this is that on the one hand it is possible, for example, for any developer to come here to consume the data and, I don't know, probably have even a better way of showing all the information that is here within this portal. And on the other hand, what the little big difference is that since all the information is on Dutch.gov to feed this website, we have a mandatory mandate to address all the public institutions and to get all the information and have quality data available within it. So this is, in our view, one big difference, that is to put Dutch.gov as a broker, to put Dutch.gov as a enabler, a big enabler in terms of some public platforms. Another initiative that is being launched in the next weeks or until the end of the year for sure is what we call Mapa do Cidadão. It's a mobile application with, for example, that makes possible that all the citizens can just say, okay, I want to renew my driver's license, and the application just say, okay, then you have several spots near you, so you must come here, you must go to this citizen shop, and maybe the waiting time or the queue is okay, so go there and etc. Or you can even do it online. So it's a mobile application. It's not. It's interesting, but for me, again, the big difference about this kind of information is, as I mentioned, that all the information that is being consumed by it, it's also available on Dutch.gov. So again, we have a big responsibility of making all that data available and having quality data, because if they don't have quality, this application will go down, and for sure my minister will be very angry about that. So that's a good approach to have, and that I would like to share with you. Another question that we're trying to develop, and I hope the first goal was to try to have it in 2014, but it's not being possible. Let's hope that in 2015 we have this kind of change. Is to have, as it happened in several other countries, to have a big event called Apps for Portugal, where all the community, academic community, where all the developers are invited to develop applications based on the information on Portugal. So I hope to come back to you in 2015 with some issues, with some news about this initiative. Another thing that I hope to come to make it happen in 2015 is the same way that we made available this year a local transparency portal. What we are now analyzing is the possibility of having a national transparency portal, precisely being based on the same kind of experience. Having in mind also that all the information can be made available in .gov, so let's hope that 2015 can be interesting in these domains. But in our view, of course, open government is not only open data. We have also other projects in these domains that I would like to share with you. For example, one of them is what we call the public software portal. It's very similar to a Brazilian experience in this domain, and the concept of it is, for example, that if several public bodies typically develop code and develop applications for several purposes, for example, in various domains of public attendance and etc. And if the state owns that code, it should be made available also to the civil society and to other public administration institutes. So this portal do software público, as we say it in Portuguese, is a first step to making available code so the civil society can reuse it, as for example our colleagues from Brazil are doing it very well. It has also a big role in terms of sharing good practice and among public administration and making it possible that, for example, if the Coimbra municipality has a need to, in terms of developing one application, maybe it should look at the other municipalities around and should look at the good practices that are available within this portal and see if, for example, a new municipality is also doing something similar. Another question that I would like to underline to you, and that Portugal is some steps ahead at European level and etc., is what we call the open standards law, and what we call in Portuguese, we call it Regulamento Nacional de Interoperabilidade Digital. So in English, it's National Regulation for Digital Interoperability, something like that. Okay, it's not a very easy name, but what is, to be very short about this, what we are doing at national level is to make mandatory, on the one hand, that all the communication between public administration and within public administration and citizens should be done using open standards. So it's almost a question of rights. For example, if a citizen wants to talk with a public body, it's not necessary to have some Microsoft or other operator license. So open standards is also a key issue, and it's mandatory at national level. It's being implemented right now, and HAMA has several instruments to do it. I can share it with you afterwards, but it's also a thing that we are a step ahead. Another thing that it's interesting to share with you is what we call our open source policy. For example, since in the last 2 years on the national budget for a public entity to acquire or to obtain licenses, they should compare that kind of licenses between open and proprietary license. And it has to demonstrate that, for example, if an institution wants a proprietary license, it's better to it, and it's most economic to that institution to have that kind of format and not to have an open format. As you can understand, this is a very difficult decision to implement. In fact, there were big resistance in terms of implementing it, but having in mind the economic impact of it, namely at the national budget, was one good way to open it. Another thing, and I think it was already mentioned on the morning, we are also committed with the transposition of the PSI directive. We participate in several European groups, namely the PSI group from the European Commission. Within what the objective is of course to accomplish the deadline of transposing the directive until July 2015. But what we're trying to do also is, okay, we don't want to have a simple transposition of that kind of directive precisely because within this domain, and it's curious to think about that, the Portuguese legislation is already a little bit advanced. So what we're trying to do, making it simple, is to use the transposition of the directive as a good excuse to boost the national policy of open data. So my agency, together with the cabinet of my Secretary of State, we are working now in terms of having a very good diploma at Portuguese level, so that namely the open data can be more used at national level. Again, another thing that we have, and in terms of project, is what we're trying to implement, and I think that I hope that 2015 will be the year to do it, is to implement an open government action plan. It's a goal that is already foreseen in the national e-government strategy, so it's mandatory to have it. What we're trying to do, and we have some delays right now, but it's to have a national document that can aggregate all kind of actions and commitment in terms of open government. And when we talk about that, just to give you some examples, we're talking about transparency, we're talking about open data, of course, open source, open licensing, for example, the policy of usage of social networks and the interaction with the citizens, questions of participation, and etc. I hope that the first semester of 2015 we will have big actions around it, and some measures are already being taken in this dimension. Again, one of the purpose, it's not confirmed yet because we have a little detail that we need to overcome, is the possibility of, after the transposition of the PSI directive and after the compilation of an open government action plan, is that Portugal can join this initiative that is the Open Government Partnership. I'm not sure if in the morning you already talked about it. The Open Government Partnership, the OGP, it's an initiative that aggregates several countries around the world, namely the US, Brazil, and etc. And it's a kind of common effort with some support of the United Nations to have measures around the world to open governments to citizens in terms of transparency, participation, collaboration, and etc. We have now, we were a little bit surprised about one new requisite to join this kind of initiative is that recently it has been approved that if the countries want to join the OGP, they have to pay a big, let's say, tax or registration, annual registration to be in it, and we're talking about some money. So we're seeing in terms of budget how we can do it. It's a little bit a paradox, but let's see if Portugal can go there. So to conclude on the one thing, our reflection and what we have learned in terms of open government and namely in terms of about this kind of domains is that frequently open data and this kind of efforts are seen as a nice to have effort. So it's something interesting, it's something that when you have time you can address it and etc. But in times of cuts in the budget, in times of crisis, frequently you don't put so much effort in terms of opening the public administration. As I showed to you, of course, we think that's a big mistake, because mostly because it's also a question of besides transparency, is also a question of economy. And of course, just to conclude, we have trying to stress some of the message that I sent to you. One of the things is, of course, that transparency and participation should be part of the process and not just an add-on to the process. And that's one of the key lessons that we learned in the last years. Second one, openness is, of course, more easily implemented, mostly in new process. For example, what we're doing in the local transparency portal, and what we're doing in Mapa de Cidadão, it's a good example of it. Okay, we're basing all the efforts in these domains in open data, so making it as a requisite to this kind of initiatives. And last but not least, it's also a question of making what we call a smarter government, or a smart government. If you have a more open government, you have also more connected to the citizens' government. You have a stronger government, you have more systems of check and balances, and etc. But if we want to do that, it's not only a question of the effort of the government. We need to have common efforts to it. So I think
we know why you're here. You want your government to serve people better, to get more things done more quickly, to eliminate corruption and waste, to listen and respond. But did you think it was going to be easy? Maybe not. Inside government, it's a struggle to find others willing to try new things and share what they know. On the outside, it's frustrating when you don't know what's going on behind those walls, and you can't find a way to make your voice heard. Let's face it, you're on the front lines of a revolution to change the culture of government. But you can't do it alone, because this change is much bigger than you. You need allies in different parts of government to open the doors to new ideas, allies outside of government to help find solutions and keep the pressure on, and partners around the world to offer inspiration and support. Today, people like you in over 60 countries are using the Open Government Partnership to build their own coalitions for change. Reformers are finding new allies in and out of government. Activists are finding real people inside government who they can work with to change things for the better. Together, you are implementing more than 2,000 initiatives, making government more open and accountable to the people. It's amazing what you've accomplished in 3 short years. You have pushed back against natural resource corruption, made data more open, budgets more transparent, information more accessible, and given citizens a real say on policy. And when you get stuck, a good idea is just a phone call away. This is OGP, and this is only the beginning. Find more allies. Tackle bigger problems. Together, you are changing the culture of government. Open by default, policy by the people, accountability for results. It's the future, and you have the power to shape it.
This is the kind of very inspiring video. It's made by the OGP, but I think it reflects well maybe what I should call my final message to this conference is that, okay, don't just count, of course, on government to try to make it possible. There are people in government, people in public administration that are trying to do it, but we need also, and I know what I'm talking about. We need also a very active civil society, and we need to find all the kind of mechanisms that public administration and the civil society can cooperate and can do each one of them his job, trying to make open data and making the government more open. So that's the key message that I tried to bring to you. I have already discussed with some of our colleagues here possible ways of doing it, and etc. So let's try to work together and have in mind that you make it happen, and that's one of the biggest questions. Okay, so thank you. Yeah.
I'd like to present you today a project from a different point of view, from the civil societies. I mean, we're working on to set up a new place in the program to raise public awareness about open data. It's not about releasing data, it's about reusing data. Let me introduce myself. I'm working in a small organization. We are a cooperative of 7 people. We are specialized in managing a participatory web platform and community management. We are working mainly with social entrepreneurs, public services, NGOs, non-profit organizations. And we are from Grenoble. Grenoble is the second urban area in the Rhône-Alpes region in France. It's about 600,000 people in this area. Since April of this year, we have a representative in the city council, which is who is dedicated to open data, and they have announced that we will have the pleasure of open data portal in the middle of next year. But for my cooperative, we haven't waited for this portal to open, and we have already worked with our traditional partners, those entrepreneurs, those non-profit organizations, trying to raise their attention on the potential of open data. We have organized several events and workshops. We have also made data visualization from local data already open. For example, we made from the election an interactive map describing the results, because the city wasn't doing this kind of job. And we made data visualization about the rise of crowdfunding, which is an innovative way to fund new projects. And we had the opportunity in the CITEK project to set up an exhibition on data visualization, which is quite a strong tool to bring attention to this issue of open data. But usually the first reaction we get from people working in a non-profit, local administration, or young entrepreneurs. It's, oh yeah, it's so great, but what's the use? What can I do with this? A lot of people we are trying to convince don't see the potential of open data or underestimate the need to enrich their own project or their own data with public data. Traditionally, at the beginning, we were addressing this issue, describing the open data paradigm. So, with transparency, we can open the gate of citizen empowerment and develop new digital services and bring new knowledge to people and help economic growth. But the reality is much more complicated. We all knew there's a dark side to data. We know that open data can be private. You can have privatization of public data. Also, a great data visualization can focus on certain aspects of topics and leave other aspects in the dark, so we can manipulate the debate with your beautiful data visualization. But mainly, the problem we see is that the inequality between the experts of data and the rest of the civil society. And the fear we have, the threat over the open data movement is that we won't get the innovation or the economic growth if no one cares. We really need to convince much more people to support that open data movement, not only in the administration, but also in the civil society. One of our partners, the Next Generation Internet Foundation, which is a French think tank working on this issue, has published a worst-case scenario, which is pretty likely to happen, because we already have a large amount of data available. But in our opinion, the problem is that you have only a few organizations or people or citizens reusing those data sets. And then you can have problems with your transparency. Your new services can be not so useful. The knowledge that you're producing with your new tools not so significant. And the most important is the problem with the citizen indifference with those data. So who's really empowered by open data? That's the question we had in our cooperative. And the conclusion we had is that if we want people, small organizations to take the train of open data, we have to create tools and places where people can experiment the use, the interest, and the potential of data. That's why we came up with the idea of InfoLab, which is the program under prison. So the InfoLab, the concept is to have a place dedicated to data, a permanent place. Not only 2 days once a year, it's a permanent place, open to non-specialist. If you're not an expert, you're welcome in the place. And we give priority to cooperation and teamwork in order to produce new tools or new services. And the idea is to have a data-basic service open to anyone at any time. I'll show you, we're starting the project 2 months, so I'll show you the works, it's still going, and the whole idea of the place, it's going to be in a place where you have a co-working place as well. That's why we can handle this permanent info lab. The idea is to work to make people discover, manipulate and co-produce data using open data, but also personal data or the data they're having in their organization. And we have approach which are different from the different kind of people who could be interested by data. It could be small companies searching a way to determine the value of their own data. Of course, public institutions searching for reuser, NGOs and non-profit, who are producing a lot of data and who can enrich their project by incorporating public data. Journalists who can have a different way to present information using simple tools, and of course citizens, not only for the transparency matters, but also for this question of personal data and privacy. So our first step, our first goal is to raise awareness using those debates, events, data visualization to raise attention to the subject. We are using the methodology of the School of Data, which is a program endorsed by the Open Knowledge Foundation. And this foundation is producing tools to help us spreading this data culture. And it's a concrete workshop to reuse data. So we are having map parties, crypto parties. We're gonna have self-hosting party for the question of privacy. Session of to discover data visualization tools, but also data cleaning sessions, as it has been said. The data sets are not in such a good quality, or you really need to work on the data set to make them work together. But our ultimate goal is really to support crowdsourcing, the process of enrich public data or the local project doing some kind of mashup. We'd like to produce services like WillMap, which is an application which indicates where disabled people can go in the neighborhood. And we'd like to add to this kind of service virtual reality, because now we have public data from museums, from different public organizations, and we not only have geolocalization, but we have also 3D sounds, videos, pictures that are public data, and that can really attract people and bring some new rich content to these new services. So, this project for us it's like a side project and a kind of social R&D experiment. But we have for the start we have funds by the Rhône-Alpes regions and the city of Grenoble. But we are thinking of charging the companies who are interested in specific session to determine the value of their data, their own data. We are talking as well with the university for user-centric program on this data. They are interested in having panels of people or different kind of publics working on this kind of matters. But sure, it's an experiment and we don't really know if it's going to be, we're sure it's not going to be profitable, that's it, but for us it's a new way to bring different kinds of people on the same matters using this tool of data. And I wanted to end on the skills needed to host an info lab. We need really different kind of skills. We need designers, sociologists, developers, scientists, statisticians, community managers, and so on. And that's the whole idea with the info lab is that it's a way to gather a network of skills and people, to build an ecosystem which is going to work together to foster social innovation using data through the info lab. Because without this kind of network or ecosystem, we really, in our opinion, we are going to miss the point to have a reducer of the data. Because if we have open data portals, but no one demanding or working on this data, we don't really see the point of open data. Thank you for your attention, and see you next year with the results of our experiments.
I'll be presenting this project called One Stop Transport. It's about open data and transportation. So let's get going. First of all, who am I? Well, I've been working at IPN for 8 years. I'm kind of a tech lead and a project manager, and I've been leading the One Stop Transport initiative for the last 3.5 years. I'm also a very strong open source, open data, and open web advocate, so that's kind of my relevant background to this project. And before I get into any details about the OST platform, I'm just going to call it OST, standing for One Stop Transport. So before I get into getting into details about what OST is, I'm going to talk about what the problem that we're tackling, the problem that we're trying to solve. And I guess that the problem is pretty familiar to most of you guys. It all starts at 8 a.m. You look out the window and there's like huge traffic jam, and you decide to take mass transit. You know, it's a pretty common solution. And so you go to the nearest train station or bus station and you wait. And you keep waiting until the next bus arrives, and then there's like 1 million people trying to get in, and it's not going to be a very comfortable trip. And so you take the trip and you get to work and you're probably late and your boss is angry at you, and then this is like your work day because you've already spent so much time and energy just by commuting just to get to work. And so you do the work, and by the end of the day, you just do it all over again. You go to the nearest bus station, metro station, and you wait. And then the same million people are also trying to commute late in the afternoon, and so it's not going to be a very comfortable trip either back home. And then you go home, and even your cat is angry at you because you spent so much time and this has been waiting for you all day. And so this is hands up for you guys for those of you that have gone through this problem. Hands up. 2 cats. 2 cats. this isn't even my cat, but it's looking pretty angry. So in summary, this is the problem that we're tackling. We don't have enough information on our pockets, in our hands, to make a good planning in what comes to commuting and traveling and moving around the city. Either regular planning or even real-time decision making. I mean, if there's like a strike, or if you're waiting for a bus that is late, or if there's been an accident, you don't know about it. And so it all adds up, this time inefficiency that you go through, and time is money as well. So it's not good on all fronts. And plus, it's not good for the environment either, right? So this is like an overview of the problem that we tried to solve. And we tried solving it and tried thinking about it back in 2009. This is what we thought. There's this huge problem waiting to be solved, and we ought to do something about it. We also obviously thought, I mean, what can we do about it? There's this huge problem, but we need to find some kind of solution. And so this brings us to the solution. So what we think, and what we devised as a solution to this problem is that we need to bring together all the key players and create some kind of win-win-win situation. And that includes the data providers, the transit agency and road operators. It includes the developers, the companies that actually make use of data and transform it into applications and services, and the users, because they are the ones that use the information, the ones that have the angry cat at home waiting for them. And we also thought that we had to leverage open data, as it plays a huge role and a key role in creating this ecosystem where everybody gets to win. And obviously, we also needed some technical infrastructure, technological asset to support all this. And so, even though it's a strategic solution, it also has this technological solution associated. So, still back in 2009, we thought we cannot do this alone. We need some help, and so that's what we did. We set up this huge project, nationwide state-funded project called TIS Mobilidade, which brought together over 20 partners. We divided it into, what am I doing? Something? Oh, sorry. We divided it into several sub-projects. One of those is the OST platform itself, and we have some 8 other projects which were focused on vertical use cases based on open data. And well, this is the solution that we devised. And now I'm going to tell you something about the work. So we started working in 2011. This is when the project actually started. And this is what we thought at the time. I mean, how can we do this? We have the problem, we have identified the problem, and we have identified the solution. But how exactly do you do this? What are you going to do and to implement in order to make this work? And so, this is a big picture diagram of what we did. It all starts at the far left side with the mass transit agencies, because they have the data, right? I mean, they have the planning and they have the service, and they do know the schedules and the trips and the routes and all the data, both static and real time. And so they're like the first players that you want to focus on. And the reason why I picked up those puzzle pieces is to represent that their data, it isn't aggregated. I mean, if you think about it, Coimbra's bus agency has data on Coimbra. And the same happens for Lisbon, and the same happens for Oporto. But, you know, it doesn't, it isn't a whole. It's just isolated data, and they don't really care about data from other agencies. And so you have these pieces of the puzzle, but you have to create the puzzle itself. It doesn't hold any meaning just having dispersed data. And so this is where the one-stop transport platform comes in. One of the key responsibilities of the platform is to actually aggregate data and transform it so that it all makes sense together. I mean, if you're trying to plan a trip from Lisbon to Porto, you need data from several agencies and several regions, and you need maps for the whole trip. And to do that, you have to aggregate stuff. You need to make it a whole, otherwise you're unable to do that. And then we have the developers. I'm sorry for the stereotype, guys. You know, the mustache is a little bit too much, but the glasses, it actually makes sense. So this was the best icon I could come up with. The developer is this key role of using the data to create applications. Because like the previous speaker said, if you have data, but you don't have any services or applications, I mean, the user doesn't care. You won't make any use of it. It will be transparent and useless. So you need applications. You need to attract them. You need to show them the data so that they give it creative uses to it, and they create applications that make use of it. And finally, you have the citizen. I mean, the guys who move, the guys who commute, like you guys. And you guys need to use the bus or the underground or some other means of transportation, and the ones that hold the mobile applications in their pockets. So this is like the big picture of what we did. First of all, we aggregate the data and we parse it and we make it available through nicely crafted APIs. We attract developers. We tell them that the data is there to be used and it's all nice and dandy and standardized, and that is our indirect way of reaching users, final users. Right, OSD platform. So in summary, this is what we did technologically in the OSD platform. These are the main features: data standardization, data aggregation, data delivery. We also provide some services on top of data, like basic services. Simple questions through an API, such as, where am I? Which municipality am I nearest to? Even the journey planner, we have some basic service that allows some developer to query for the best route from point A to point B based on the data that we aggregate. And then we also have an application marketplace, which acts like a web store, pretty much the ones that you probably use, like Chrome Web Store or Amazon. So developers can just use data and craft applications, and then you're able to drag and drop applications to the marketplace, and it will host it for you. So it's kind of the whole circle, so that it all makes sense from one endpoint to another. We start by doing something, creating value for the providers, and then create value for developers. And that's our way to reach end users. So we started doing this, and in 2012, this is what we thought. It's actually working. I mean, it kind of makes sense. Only to realize that we needed data. We were able to use some test data, even open data from other countries like the US and the UK and the Netherlands, but we kind of needed Portuguese data because we were funded by the Portuguese state. And so this is one of the biggest obstacles that we had to fetch data, and even to convince transit agencies to give us data. They would often ask, why should I? I mean, what's in it for me? And we had this whole process of convincing people that open data was not just a trend, it was a means for them to create value for their users and to actually innovate. So moving on. I told you about the work, but I mean, what are the real benefits of the solution that we devised? So, considering the benefits, you have to look into the three key players, both data providers and developers, and then the users. So considering the developers, the data providers, these are the main benefits that they get from helping us with data. Data standardization is actually a big deal because in Portugal, we just found one single agency that already had standardized data, which is actually the Google format, for those of you who are into transport. But you know, most of the agencies in the country, they don't really use standardized data. Like the agency in Coimbra, the main bus agency, they gave us Excel files, which was like a relational model of files that we had to interpret and create a specific parser so that we could use the data. And it happens all over the country. I mean, it's a huge deal, and they do get it is a big benefit for them because once you have standardized data, you can, for instance, upload it to Google Transit, Google Maps, and it becomes available to millions of people. I mean, so it's just like a small technological step, but it has a huge benefit for everyone. We also do centralized publication because we host the standardized data on our servers. I mean, so they don't have to care about storage. We do that for them. We also do a little bit of developer marketing, reaching out to application developers who have existing applications on Google Play and iOS Store, and we contact them and we tell them, hey, you have a nice looking application, why don't you use Portuguese data? You can just go here and you know, with one click you can get access to a lot of data from Portugal, and it kind of works, and I'll tell you later on some of the applications that are actually using data from the OST. Considering the developers, a lot of benefits as well. I mean, if you're a developer and you get data for free, you just have to be creative and create some value, and you'll be able to sell an application and reach millions of users. So it's also a big win for developers. You have an easy way to develop applications. For those international developers from other countries, they have an easy way to expand to Portugal. They also have some integration mechanisms and a lot of documentation, even open source Bootstrap and Go. So we also, the developer is kind of our main target. It's our main client. That's who we work for. We want to make it really easy to applications to emerge, and we need a developer for that. So we have to attract developers. That's like our main goal. Otherwise, again, data is not relevant without any applications. Finally, benefits for the user. I mean, this is too obvious. You get better choosing. You have better applications that allow you to better plan your day and make real-time, real-time decision making. So, I mean, there's a whole lot of stuff that you can use nowadays to use the best trips available, to have to go on the best bus or the least crowded bus, or reduce time and efficiency. The whole problem that I mentioned earlier, it can be solved by using the right tools and having access to the right information, not data but information. So these are the main benefits, but they're kind of theoretical. So I'm going to tell you about the impact that OST has had in the last couple of years. So the project kind of entered the kind of standby in 2014, and this is, by the end of the project, this is what we thought. I mean, this is actually working. We got to tell people about this, and this is something that we've been doing, either through this presentation or other international presentations that I've done in the past. And these are some of the applications that are actually we're targeting. On the left side, those 4 applications already have some data from the OST platform. Movie, for instance, it's a beautifully crafted application that has over 6 million users worldwide, and they have no data in Portugal. And nowadays they have data from Coimbra and Lisbon and Oporto, and it reaches a lot of people. And that's a huge deal. There's OpenTrip Planner as well. This is an Android application that helps you plan your trip according to mass transit schedules. We have Magnificent, which is actually really similar to Macmental, which someone mentioned earlier in the morning. It allows you to pick the best place for you to live according to mass transportation routes in several cities worldwide. There's Sintuki Week, which is a local app, also for mass transportation. On the right side, those are 5 applications that are either about to integrate or will soon integrate, or are currently doing so. And those are like huge applications, big name. City Mapper is one of the most innovative applications worldwide. They have like millions of venture capital lately. One of the most hyped applications in regarding transportation in smart cities. Also Transit App, Rome to Rio, Allrider. These are like huge applications. Most of them are pretty recent that provide beautiful interfaces for users trying to move around the city. And we've contacted them, all of them, and they all found that having a centralized manner, a way to pick up the data and fetch the data too easily. The feedback has been really great. I mean, for instance, MoveIt, they've integrated data from OST within a week. I mean, I had this Skype meeting with one of the guys, and a week later, they had like a new version of the application published with data from Coimbra, and it actually makes me really, really proud because 6 months ago, we didn't have any of this. We didn't have applications using Portuguese transportation data. Now we do. I mean, you're able to choose Coimbra in an application that has over 6 million users. This is great. I'm not even being paid for by MoveIt. I mean, they're just my friends, but they were like the first application that easily integrated. So that's why I'm telling you about this. This is another screenshot of Lisbon. Someone's trying to plan a route. It's actually in Coimbra, sorry, from someplace to the library, and you get all the options, just like Google does it. And if we're talking about Google, Google is actually just a client, just like any other developer. If you think about it, they do have the service and they do have the app. I mean, so why not having data in Google Maps? In Google Maps too. Well, there might be a reason, but I'm not gonna tell you about it. So the impact on the users. We don't have any real pictures of happy users using applications that are based on the OST, but we do. We can foretell, right? We can imagine. And this is what it would look like for someone to use an application on transportation using data from OST. She's probably happy because she has a nice route, just about to, a bus about to arrive. This guy loves his smartphone so much that he has one in each hand. And even this guy, I mean, have you imagined yourselves using Google Glass? It will probably be you in a couple of years, because imagine if data is freely available and it can be used in every medium, like not just smartphones, even watches, or why not Google Glass? Imagine yourself asking, yourself that when is the next bus going to arrive? And then you just say it out loud. You seem like a crazy man, and you get the answers on the Google Glass. And so this is like the benefit, the impact that it has on the user. It's not closed. I mean, it will have further impact throughout the years, as long as data keeps being open. And so, in summary, this is the impact that we're having. We're actually reaching forward, and we're being successful in improving mobility, in general. We're bringing together developers and providers and users, and we're creating a win-win-win situation for all of them. And so they all have impact, and that impact is just possible because there is open data. Without open data, it wouldn't be like this. I mean, providers would still be developing their own applications in-house, for just 1 or 2 platforms, and they would be awful, and people will have to use them because they would be the only ones available, and developers wouldn't have any data to create applications with. Finally, by having free data, we can promote a free market, and that brings us innovative apps. We no longer have to use poor apps with poor interfaces or even colors that we don't like. You're able to choose, because if you're having a free market, the better applications will emerge. Those will be the ones that you'll be using. So this is like a 2016 kind of a possible situation, but this is what I would like to be thinking in 2 years from now. This is like a small step in technology. I mean, open data, it has been around for a lot of decades, I mean, like 2 or 3 decades. And even technology and open source technology has been around forever. But it actually took someone to, it actually takes some effort to put all the pieces together and create benefit. And so with a small step in technology, you can actually create a huge benefit for the user. And that's the biggest reason, that's what drives us. And brings us to the future. So what's next? What's next for OSD? What's next for this kind of initiative? Well, real-time data is kind of the holy grail of transportation. I mean, if you think about it, if you have real-time information on every vehicle, every trip, and every route, I mean, there wouldn't be any problems. You would be always able to plan stuff, and it will always turn out right because it's real-time and it's reliable. But it takes a lot of work, and it's really difficult to aggregate real-time data, especially in Portugal, where none of the agencies have real-time data. And so this is something that is probably like the best next goal for us to pursue. Also, the fact that every time you move, there's a context to it. It's pretty relevant. I mean, if you're a tourist, you want to move, you're probably interested in points of interest and events. But if you're just a commuter, you want to commute and go to work and then return home at the end of the day, you're probably interested in efficiency. And there's always a context to trips and to transportation. And so I think that one of the challenges for the future is to converge the transportation domain with other domains, so that it results in a mixed domain where you can pick up data that interests you, but not in an isolated way. For instance, imagine that you're a tourist and you want to go to a point of interest or a museum or something like that. It kind of mixes up tourist data with mobility. And you can do this with a lot of stuff, even logistics. You're always looking out for restaurants or places to rest within your transportation life. And so I think that in the future we'll have some kind of network of platforms that will cooperate, and they will be interoperable, and they will be context specific. Hopefully they'll be real time as well, and they'll probably be cyber-physical, like managing buildings or waste management, that kind of information that actually turns physical data into digital data. So this is what I imagine the future to be like. So for the smart city, imagine they have transportation data, and you may have the OSD platform for storing it and making it available. You may also have municipality data, such as legislation and documents and stuff that interests that is of interest to citizens. There's weather data and water and waste management and energy management data. And so, if you think about it, smart city will be like this network, a platform of platforms, each of those being context specific, so that open data actually has a meaning, and the open data becomes linked data. So it becomes even more useful to the developers and to the citizen in another way. There's actually a study case, which is the Lisbon municipality. We've been working with Lisbon, sort of creating connectors between OST and CITEK. For those of you who don't know what CITEK is, it's the world's leading open data portal for static data, legislation, documents, information announcements, that kind of stuff. And so it makes sense for you to connect and develop interoperable mechanisms between those various platforms. And that's something that we've done in Lisbon, connecting the OST platform with CITEK, and the other way around as well. Let me show you some examples. So this is a CITEK instance for the CITEK project. Probably most of you know this, but let me take you to the OST platform portal. So the OST is hosted on ost.pt. It has this landing page with a subtle message either for the citizens, like the marketplace that you were able to browse. There's like an app catalog for you to choose the best application and install them. These are the providers that we've been working with. Coimbra Bus Agency, Comboios de Portugal is the nationwide train agency. Also the Porto Municipality and Transdev, which is an intercity bus agency. Well, and then there's a developer message just saying that, hey, there's data for you, come and get it, do something useful with it. This is one of the applications. Oh, sorry, it's like a bad zoom. This is one of the sample applications that we have, which is a simple journey planner application. Right now, I'm trying to get to from Lisbon to Coimbra, and this is the route, best route for me to take, considering mass transit with open data. So you can check out Cariz, which is the base data, the main bus agency in Lisbon. Then there is CP, which is the nationwide train agency, and then somewhat down here you'll probably find this one, which is the Coimbra's main bus agency as well. Well, this is another sample application we didn't develop. We just asked the developer to include it and include our data. It's actually a simulator for trains in Portugal. I mean, right now, these are the trains that are circulating in Lisbon. A lot of regional trains. You can click and get some details about the stops that they're having. And so, besides Move-It and those applications that I told you about, these are sample web applications that we also integrated with Portuguese data. And finally, this is what we did regarding Lisbon. We've integrated OST with CITEK. This is actually a CITEK instance. And those data sets are actually transportation data sets. Data from Cariz, data from the Lisbon places, so like points of interest, the convergence between tourism and transportation, and the GTFS file for Comboios de Portugal, which is the train's stops and the train routes and the train schedules. So you see, this is what we've been doing for transportation using open data. There are like endless possibilities for what you can do. You can create these nodes with context-specific data, correlate data, and help the developers build something better for you and for our daily lives. And I think this pretty much concludes my presentation.
who I am, what I do, and why I'm here, and okay, my positioning on open data and data in general. So I come from Politecnico di Milano, where I founded a research lab that is dedicated to data visualization. This is the lab, is made of people, human beings. And the core, as usual, in any research lab is made of PhD students, PhD candidates. Now I have only 2 of them, but it will grow in the future. Then I have research contracts, so that people that work on contracts that I'm able to create and to raise from the market. And then this is the brain drain, people that left the lab, but likely they are spread around the world and they are able to create connection with other research institutions. Well, we are designers. Sorry for that. Maybe it's a different profile. And we have a specific species of design. We are communication designers. It's not a comfortable position because there is not a common definition of design I can share with you. What I can share is the fact that as any other designer, we are always in the middle. We are in the middle between an opportunity, and you got it today, the opportunity is having a lot of data and information available, and a need. That's the need of understanding. So we are in the middle, as any designer is. And as any designer, we work with materials. But as we are not product designers, we don't work with wood, we don't work with metal, we don't work with polymers. We work with a different kind of material, that is data. So that's how I see data. It's a new material. We are designers, we shape these new materials. That's simple. And if you think, we heard about it this morning, material, the main metaphors we use for data are based on materials. Gold, as Neil Cross said, gold is a material. I don't like it, to be honest, because gold is too precious. I don't think data is gold. Oil is a bit better, and Cisco is smarter from this point of view. Oil is better because it's more generative, it's more dirty, it's more low in a way, so I like it more. But the one that I like the most as a definition for data, being a designer, is this one. Maybe you can guess who wrote it according to the typography. Who is this company? Now you are not graphic designers. This is IBM. They see data, big data, or data in general, are the new natural resource. That's what I like. It's like food, it's like metal. It's something very low, like a commodity that I can use. Maybe it's not so natural. We have to work a bit. We sow to create it. But that's how I see it, data. The big news today is this material is open. What does it mean? Honestly, to me, it doesn't mean nothing more than the fact that it's a bit more easy to work with it, and that is possible. So there is a new material, it's abundant, that's new. And the news is that it's available in a way that is more easy to work with it. This is what it means for me, open data. Because my position is more close to that. So when I see data, I see something that is, in a way, it's meaningless. So that's what I think. I'm not the only one. There are other people that think that data in itself is not so relevant. That's my position, that's how we look at data. So it means that open is not necessarily accessible. Open and accessible is not necessarily useful. So that's how I look to open data. And the point for me is how to transform this material into something meaningful. So the point for me is the meaning of open data. But it's the same with wood. Wood for me is not meaningful until it becomes a table or a chair. It's the same with data as a designer. I shape data in a way that it gets some meaning for someone else. And this meaning is created. I believe that is not extracted. So I don't like too much the idea of training to data. I believe that it's something that you have to make. So meaning for me grows out of the data. It's something that you build together with other people out of the data. It's about sense making, many people say, and yes, but sense making is making, so it's something that you have to do, you have to create, and it's not embedded into data. So that's what I think. And design is, many people say that design is about making meaning, creating meaning, and that's our positioning on that. And as designers also we think that there is no design unless we have someone else on the other side. So my main point is about meaning of open data and for who we are creating this meaning. So what are the boundaries of meaningfulness? That is also the boundaries of awareness. Who is this anyone we talked about this morning? You know the definition that we saw, the very first slide this morning was about data for everyone. But who is this anyone? Does it exist? For me, it doesn't exist, anyone. There are a lot of different people, a lot of different users, and we have to work with these users in order to create a specific meaning for a specific data set, open data set, hopefully. So the boundaries, everything started at the core with data experts. Then we had some managers and domain experts that wanted to get some meaning out of the data. And then it came to time for policy and decision makers and for activists to willing to get some meaning out of the data. And then there are other stakeholders. How many? I don't know. I mean, every month we meet a new user. There are even the reluctant, so people that don't want to have any relationship with data. But you know, especially if you work on the public side, as government, for example, you want to bring data towards people, and sometimes they don't want to listen to you. They don't want necessarily to have any relationship with data. So I think every situation now, using this is web archaeology. This is a fragment of the very first release of the open data portal from the United States. You remember data.gov, the first homepage, there was this fragment, discover, participate, engage. I would like to use it in order to depict the situation as I see it. There is one axis that is this one, and the other axis is the axis of all the potential stakeholders. According also to what I saw this today, I mean, this is the whole area that we can imagine to cover, and I think that's my opinion. It's probably a partial opinion, it's a partisan opinion. I think that the more we want to make sense for all these people and we want to engage and make people participating, the more we need design. That's my partisan opinion. Create experiences about design, about data through design. So what I think is the situation. And we know that more or less the experts on data, and I include here also, for example, data journalists and activists, they discovered open data, they are engaged enough, and they are participating. I mean, most of the things we saw are created by these people. Then we have the decision makers, the policy makers, and some of them discovered the potentialities of open data. Some of them, very few, are engaged, and nothing more. That's my opinion. And when it comes to citizens, I mean, they are more or less discovering the potential of open data. So that's what I see. And what I think is that we can fill the gaps using design. I'm not the only one. This is again web archaeology. One of the first slides, the first website pages of Sunlight Foundation that has been built for making sense of the data in the United States brought this idea of using design as a way to transform data into something more interesting. So there's some things that design can be used to create new ways of engaging with data. That is what any portal of open data is doing. In any portal you see there is a call to action for creative people in order to develop something that makes sense of data. This is a mix of United States and Italian things, but any institutions that engage with open data at the end comes with an initiative that is a call to action for creative people to do something with it. Please do something with it, because we want to have some meaning. I've been included in the jury of many, probably all the challenges we had in Italy. This is from Milano, the city. This is from a region, Piemonte. This is from ISTAT, is the National Statistical Institution. This is from a company, Telecom. All these people have data, and all these people are claiming the role of designers and creative people too. But at the end, if I look back and I try to think what remains after that, there are very few results that we can constantly creating meaning out of the data. I think this is just, occasionally delegating to someone else the creation of meaning about the data is like temporary sense making. And I think my opinion is that any institution, any organization that wants to really engage with open data has to also to engage on their own to do design and develop visualization and application. I think you can't rely only on these occasional initiatives, challenges, contests, hackathons. That's something that you can do once a year, but this process should be part of any strategy on open data. That's my opinion. You know, probably that next year we will have the Expo in Italy, 2015. And after some scandal, they decided to have Open Expo. It took years to convince people to free and to open the data. You can imagine how difficult it is. We are late on certain degree. We will make it. There's no option. We have to do it. But after years and after some problems, now we have Open Expo. This 1 week ago, they opened the portal that is run by all the institutions involved, and we have open data. And what they did, they did what I think they have to do. So they created also some visualization and some design things to make sense of the data. So here you have a dashboard. So they used the dashboard as a way to try to engage people with the data. I'm proud of it in a sense because it's a very good action. So now we have the data, the money spent, who got the money, the time. For any working plant, we have all the time spent and so on. So that's good. Is that creating meaning for who now in Italy? 6,000 sessions in 1 month. 6,000 maybe not unique users that accessed this dashboard of the data. That's the visibility, that's the amount of meaning that this initiative created. Not that much, in my opinion. It's a website. Luckily, the journalists, as usual, went to the portal and they extracted the data and they created something out of it. So they are creating some more meaning. So they made a visualization using Tableau, maybe you know it. This is the website of one of the main financial newspaper in Italy, Portugal. They created some visualizations in order to make sense of the data. So to create an additional amount of sense out of the one created by Expo 2015. That's good. They made also infographics for the paper version of the newspaper. So that's an additional amount of meaning. How much and for who? This is for the readers on the Sole 24 Ore. And I made a calculation. It's about 300,000 people out of 6 million we have in Italy. That's the amount of meaning they were able to create, hopefully, through visualization. And, well, likely another magazine brought the same data and created some other meaning out of it, using, again, visualization. Is 60,000 more people. Not that much. We are around 400,000 people. Yeah, they have the website, so maybe it's 8 million, so it's a bit more. But I think this is not enough. when we have open data and it's about the expo, I think you can aim for something more. There is a problem of when you make this data circulating, and there is a problem, I think, that also visualization alone is not enough. So that's the way people are trying to make sense of the data, especially for the citizens, visualizing data. But I think that visualization in itself is not enough. So we are trying to, in my lab, we are trying to move in a way further and try to transform visualization into something different, something that we call experience. But it's based again on the history of design. Any designer now is moving from designing products to designing experiences, from designing products to designing meanings. So that's something that is part of the history of design. We are just using history to transform the way in which we work with data. And there are 6, in my opinion, tactics for creating more effective design experiences of data. So that's my opinion. This is the tactics 1. I call it integration. I lost the microphone, sorry. The tactics of integration is an attempt to, in a way, to face one issue that I found often working with one specific way of visualizing data, that is the dashboard. Probably is the most familiar for people who are working on public sector information. And I give you an example of how we try to overcome some of the limits of this way of visualizing data, moving from visualization to experience. The example comes from a conference, internal conference we made in 2009 in our university. After 10 years of existence in the design school, the dean decided to gather all the professors and to understand where we were and in the strategy for the future. So in the School of Design, 2009, we could have done this, so gather all the data as the dean asked and create a visualization to show all the different indicators. We thought that maybe this was not the right way of addressing the problem. We went to the dean and we discussed, we spent a lot of time with the dean, that was our user, in order to try to understand what he wanted to see really, not the data, what is behind the data, what is the phenomenon he wanted to see, and what is the shape of this phenomenon. And what he said was very simple. So I wanted to see how students flow across our school in 5 years, is the entire period of teaching, of education. So we made a conclusion. A flow is a flow. So why don't we use flows in order to represent all this data instead of fragmenting the phenomenon into regions? So we went back to history and we discovered the Sankey diagrams that has been used to represent the steam in engines. And we discovered Minar, so we knew Minar, but we rediscovered in-hand flows. And we came up with this visualization. Any step is an indicator, in a way. Any step is an office. Any step is a different format of data. It was a mess in terms of data, in the sense that we had to collect all the data from different offices and to create something, that was meant to be the big picture of the phenomenon. Well, it was a panel like this and was meant to support a discussion from the team, so it's not something that should be self-explanatory. But this is the amount of students we get from high school. These are the different types of high school. So the classic studies and the scientific studies. And this is how students apply to enter in the different design degrees we have on the bachelor. The different colors are the different school, the different degrees. And here you have a filter that is the amount of people we get after the application process. So communication is the yellow one, is my degree. And we are the people, we have the highest ratio of students. So we get just 1 out of 5. Then you have the people that abandon on top. Here you have the amount of points they get in graduation. And this is how they spread after when they go to the master level. There are some degrees like communication that has a lot of continuity, so people don't spread. And other courses like the blue one, where people after bachelor spread out. And then you have the graduation of master level, then you have people that abandon, people that comes, the grade ones on top from other schools. That is a way, in my opinion, it's another way to look at the data. I think it's more close to what could be the perception of a professor that knows something about the phenomenon but is not really an expert. And this can help having a different experience of the data, different in relation with the dashboard. First tactic. Second tactic is hybridization. What I mean, from my perspective, there are two words that are still very separated. So the analytical one that comes from computer science and data analysis and business intelligence, and the people that comes from the media, the infographics world, and you know about it. And it's still something that you see, for example, in the tool. People divide infographics and analytics. So they think these are two domains. And even in the context, you can apply for infographics if you are an artist, maybe. And this is that visualization. The left is the world of the dashboards. The right is the world of these creative guys that do strange things like this. These are really two separated worlds. So when I do reports, sometimes I use that. When I do analysis, normally I focus on the left. So what I think, another tactic to go from visualization to experience is to try to merge these two domains and to consider the continuum between these two extremes and to decide how to move according to the objective that I have. So sometimes I do that because I have a specific target, I have a specific context, I have a specific goal. In other cases, I do on the other side. In many cases, I stay in the middle. So I use what is relevant from infographics and narrative visualization, and I use what is relevant from the other side, from the analytical perspective. And mostly, I use the right in order to recreate the context and the amount of engagement and the message I need in order to engage people with analytical relationship with data. There are models to do that. This is one of the models, it's the martini glass. I think it's the right time to talk about it. And that's a way to hybrid these two words. These authors in the paper say, okay, we can have an experience, I call it. So there is time. I can have a starting point, a first moment that is narrative in order to create context, for example. Then a second moment that could be analytical. So for me as a designer, the problem is how to, the shape of this glass. So depending on who is this anyone I am on the other side, I can decide to have this shape, for example, starting point, context, in order to make sense of the data, and then open a free exploration of the data. Or maybe I don't need this long narrative part, it's shorter. Or maybe I don't need it at all because I have someone that is expert, so I don't need any context. So I just give the possibility to a dashboard, basically. Or it could be something more complex, so an experience that is made of a series of different moments. Narration, analysis, and sometimes the visualization we are creating are really like that. We use a lot the web, and we create some kind of scrolling pages where you create a story using both narration and analysis. Sometimes it's vice versa, it depends. There are, I think, examples of visualization that resemble to this model. This is one. Maybe you know it. People killed by guns in the United States. This is the amount of years this person lived, and the amount of years he could have lived if not killed, based on a statistical model. stolen years. Years stolen by the guns. 2013, same phenomenon, less data. Names, year, I mean, this is real data. This is the narrative part. Then I open the analysis. Then you have the filters, you can explore the data. But after, you've got some sense of it. So there is a contextualization, you create an impact, an emotion, you engage the people, and then you open the analysis. This is another example. It's quite similar in the visualization pattern. It's a website, so it's not video. That's the website. You open the website, a story begins. This is the narration, the first part of the glass. It's again about the United States and bad things, by chance. It's a story, they say this. That's narration. The visualization is built step by step, with a direction, I would say. There is someone that designed even the poses. I mean, how much time, weight, how much data I show. But that's the story. It's auto-driven. There are some text notes that's important. So the first part of the class was a bit longer, but then, again, you have the analysis. So you can interact with the website, and you do the analysis in a way. So you can see the victims, you have their names, and so on. You have real-time news, that's October 16 today. And you go back and see all things. Okay, these are examples, in my opinion, of the second tactics that is about creating hybrids that meld the potentialities of analytical visualization and narrative visualization. Tactic 3, we are in the middle of the path. Using the potential of rhetorics, art, and emotion. I mean, someone this morning talked about art and visualization. I think there is a potential, there is a role for artists even to be involved in this process of creating meaning out of open data. Imagine to open data sets related to pollution in the air, and imagine to have the task to attract citizens and to pay attention to this data. That's not an easy task. Well, I show you an artistic approach to that. Using generative softwares, like not that many, even open source. This is a meadow, grass, created out of the data. The more data are bad, the more the grass in the meadow is bad. So there is a correspondence in terms of meaning between data and the grass and the meadow. There is no possibility, obviously, to go back to the data. You don't see the data. You can't make comparisons. You can't make analysis. But it can create a meaning. It can attract people, and then this could be just the first step of an experience. This is a way to maybe attract people. Then there is a second step where you open the second experience, and then at the end, maybe you can go back to the table. Maybe at the end you will be able to bring some of these people to the table, but just after being creative in the way you drive people into the data. Then you have different cities, different graphs, more or less integrated. What is it? Nice. It's okay. Metaphors are very powerful. I think metaphors are the way to, we can use really to engage, especially non-experts. This is a work made by the Portuguese PhD, Pedro Nunes. It's about traffic. We talk about mobility. This is traffic in Lisbon. I don't know what kind of data he used, but this is the first representation he designed. Then he thought, well, what kind of metaphor can I use? So why don't we depict traffic as a blood system? So traffic could be an organism, and we can use the metaphor of our circulatory system in order to make sense of it. That's the result. Sound is not necessary. A simple metaphor, he says, and he's a computer scientist, so he's not an artist. But he's a computer scientist that is trying to discover and to leverage the potential of metaphors. Yeah, I mean, it's different from the first one. I cannot use it to decide, to make a decision on what kind of, what is the best hour. But maybe this could be part of the first step of an experience. There are other examples of playing with different metaphors. There's a metaphor of the shape, anamorphous.
Bruce is working with us,
I'm happy of it.
We smashed it.
We were close to work together some years ago, but we didn't manage. It was MIT that's...
Now you know about it.
There are other examples. Or what about wind? Why don't we represent wind as it is? I mean, wind is a flow. We can use the same data we normally see in weather forecast, but just use a different way of representation. But it seems like some paintings. But in fact, you can find it in some websites as a piece of art, and you can buy the print of that to hang on the wall. But maybe it could be useful to make sense of the data for people. And I guarantee you that when the wind is strong, you see it. I mean, you feel what the data means. Sometimes it's very easy. I mean, you just need a bit of... Look at this. Look at this. It's nothing more than a bar chart, but with a bit of, of design, I would say, a bit of creativity. Just using a certain color and a certain title, you can make sense of it. Or to go back again to Pedro, this I think is very easy in terms of, technically speaking, is a very basic visualization of data, but there is something in it that goes beyond, that creates a small experience. This is about the empires, the colonial empires we had in the history, and this is about independence. Then you see, year by year, the colonies that became independent. And just using an algorithm, you can make sense of it in a way. So you can create a small experience of the data. In its simplicity, I think it's a good example on how you can move out from visualization to experience. This is not, again, certainly useful for experts, but they have the data already, since years. But when you have to bring data towards other users, the 60s, you know what it means, and that, okay. Tactics 4, create related experiences. 2 examples. The first one comes from the first project. It's the first funded project. I'm very linked to that. It's the first funded project in my research lab. Came from the United States, from an NGO, and from a girl that was really few months after she founded this NGO. The NGO is called Iridescent. It exists today. It's spread all over the United States. They have now a lot of different plans. And the goal of this NGO was to reinforce technical skills in primary schools. So what is called STEM, so science, technology, engineering, mathematics in primary school. They came to us and they asked, okay, now we have open data. It was 2008 in the United States. We have open data. why don't you create a visualization tool that help us in using this open data in order to understand what are the schools we can offer our services to. So we went through some different data sets, different data sources, and we started with a company to integrate all these data sources. And we started creating a visualization tool, and obviously it was about business intelligence in a way. It was about making decisions on their own business. So we went through the analytical path. So we created a dashboard, basically. This is the dashboard. And it was effective. So they succeeded in getting some funds for the Office for Naval Research. It's the Navy that funds research on engineering. They are very sensitive to that. On a certain point, they had an idea. So why don't we put this interface in the hands of the parents? They have the same problem. They have to decide. They have to make a decision. Where should I bring my kid to school at? So what is the school, the best school for my kid? And for them, it was the same problem. So we have to spot the best school for us. The parents have to spot the best school for them. We did it. We used one of these moments where they gather all the parents to make some games with kids with physics and mathematics. We put this interface in the front of parents in the United States. Can you guess what happened? Do you remember the face? Who showed the face? The first impression. You remember the face? It's even worse. Was even worse. People didn't care at all. You know, you were right. I mean, parents in front of a scatter plot or even a geographical representation of data, they were totally uninterested in that. So we knew in a way because, and so we started working on a different perspective. So we came with a second prototype. This is the last step. I know that it's not the final, but we had to stop. This is the second prototype and work in a totally different way. So we say, okay, let's put visualization of data aside for a moment and let's start engage with a user in a different way. So just asking questions. So where do you live? So what is your position? What kind of school do you have? How much time do you have to bring your kids to school? And what are the neighborhoods that you're interested in? And after that, what are the things you are interested in? So what is more important for you? Can you rank this? Can you weight this? So we went up before visualization. We went through the creation of a relationship with the data that was through a profile, an ideal profile of the school. That was a way, and we could even hide visualization and start with this process and come to visualization only at the end of this process. This is, in my opinion, is again a way of moving from visualization to experience. Another way is the physical experience, as I said. So we have people, we have a context. Why don't we use the space, the city or the urban space as something where we can put data? This is an example. This is an exhibition about density of population in city, different cities. This is about another example of, this is about pollution, CO2 production in different sectors. But this is the most interesting for me. I don't know what is the meaning of this work, but I imagined, I thought, think to have data about nutrition in different countries. And for example, this could be a single component of the nutrition elements you should have. If you don't have that available in your country, you don't have the fork. So the fork is reducing. Try to eat with this fork. I mean, you experience the lack of the data. I think this is a way maybe we can use to engage people that are not necessarily interested in data. Then I start, this is the first moment. The practice can be combined. So this could be the first moment, physical experience, to build a path towards the data. This is even better in my opinion. This is a place where they burn rubbish in Helsinki. This is really art, but I think it's interesting in terms of making sense of data. there is a Steam cloud there all over the day. I mean, it's always open. And some artists projected on Steam a circle, just a pure circle based on the quantity of renewable energy used on that moment, real time, by the city. The bigger the green cloud, the better is the year of the city. So, one data, real time. Now the city can see, can feel the data. Or even more, we can think to, flash mobs, when people gather to do things. Why don't we gather people to visualize data? How much space is taken by 60 people in different vehicles? Well, I can show a table, or I can do a data mobs. That's a new format. I should put a corporate. And we do it. So we do the data. We action the data. I don't know how to call it, but it could be an option. We create really an experience of the data. Tactics 5, almost at the end, resist. Enabling platforms. Okay, we have users on the other side, we have people we want to address the data, but we have also people, we saw that are active, that participate, that do things. As designers, we can also give them some tools in order to be able themselves to visualize the data, to create small amounts of visualization. We can leverage this trend that is quite common in design. It's the makers trend, people that do Fab Labs and 3D paintings and so on. So there are many people that apparently want to do things. So there is we are all designers. This is the basic idea behind that. I'm a bit skeptical. You can imagine why. But maybe I can. Okay, there are many designers, more designers than ever. I can build the toolbox for them. And that's what we did. Do you remember the school panel, 2009, we built for our school? It was a mess in terms of data, because in the university, I mean, any office has its own idea how to manage data. But it was a mess also in terms of representation, because it didn't exist at that time a tool to create automatically from the data a flow I show you. So we decided after that, we decided no way we do that anymore. And we created a tool to draw these kind of diagrams automatically out of the data. We published that. It was open source. No, it was not open source. It was freely available on the web. And many people started using that. We got some review in magazines, and it was, in a way, successful. You just had to upload a TSV file, and you could generate these kind of flows. It was successful, but we discovered many limits. And so we decided last year to make a step further, and we created an entire new toolbox. I would say it's more than a tool, that is called RAW, by chance. And it's a tool that overcomes the basic limits of the first one we did. Because it's based on V3 libraries that maybe some of you know. Is customizable a bit, but especially it is data safe, because one of the main complaints about the first tool was that people had to upload the data on our server, and many people, especially from companies, they didn't want to upload sensitive data to our server. This tool works only on browser side, so you upload the data on the browser, you work, when you close the browser, everything disappears, so you have no data published anywhere. And especially this last step is very important. You can export in different formats. SVG if you are a graphic designer and you want to work with vector graphics. JSON if you want to go on with interactive visualization. PNG if you want to work with pictures. HTML if you want to embed the visualization into a website, for example. This is how it works. It's very simple, I hope. You copy the table from a spreadsheet. You paste the table into the screen. You can order the data as a table. Then you select the visualization pattern you want to use. And then you decide how to map data with visual variables, how to encode the data. You have here some customization possible. And then well, customization is not that, I mean, it's meant to create some draft of visualization, some semi-finished products. So it's just very few things you can do, and then you export and you work on that. And then you export. Depending on what you want to do after, you decide what is the best format for you. So you can embed the code. That's the name. These are the formats available so far. It's totally open source. You go on GitHub and if you want to improve it, you can do it if you are able. And you can use it, of course, even to make money out of it. So it got interesting reviews and it's used by a lot of people. And this website got the real purpose. It was really to design a tool for these new designers that are spreading around. And there are many news magazines magazines and newspapers that are using that. You saw some statistics of the 1 year life of this tool that has been at least accessed by all the people around the world. I'm still searching the ones that didn't. Tactic 6. Last one, but maybe not the least. Contamination. A small story. 2012, October the 2nd, Milano decided to open the Open Data Portal of Milano. That's the portal. I looked at 2012. October 8th was the starting of my course in the master level of communication design. So I challenged students the first day. They didn't know anything about data visualization. So I say to them, go to the Open Data Portal of Milano, choose a data set, and do something with it. This is one of the pages with a description of the data set, the license and so on. Now you know everything about it. These are the formats you have, you know? And even for design students, they are a bit critical. 1 month to do something with it. November 12th, I got some results. These are the results. 50 students around. Some crappy things and some good things mixed. I collected all the results and I sent an email with all the results to the statistical office of the of Milan. November 16, they were in my classroom. They were in my classroom asking how we did it and surprised that something like that was possible. Well, I don't make it longer. So some of this visualization has been published in the website of the Open Data. They started a collaboration with some of my students with internships, and now they have designers into the office. That's probably the end of the story. So if you want to do design, you have to have designers. I think that design is useful, especially to cover the areas that we still miss in a way in our diagram. The only thing I suggest is to do it carefully, because I really believe that visualization is powerful. I think we can help save the world. But as designers, I have also to consider what happens when I show things. What happens when I'm so good to show things and they are visible, accessible, and understandable. This is a map of crime in a city in the United States, but we can have now, I think, a map everywhere. What happens if it's so clear that the crime is concentrated on that side? Will people buy houses there? Will people bring students, the kids to school there? What happens after? Who takes care about these questions? That's something I feel as a responsibility. So I show things, that becomes understandable. What happens after? I don't know, maybe it's not a relevant question for me. Should I question myself? And what happens if I design a bad application? This is an application for mobile phones based on crime data. And it's based on a data set that is updated every year. But you know, the visual metaphor is like, you know, a meter And you probably go around and see what happens to me now. Say, I mean, design can affect behaviors. That's something that is well understood. So what happens if I do things that works, and if I do things that doesn't work? That's, if you can have an answer, that would be great. Thank you.
I'm going to present the raw material which you can work with. Okay, so I'm going to present from two sources, University of Coimbra and Improve Coimbra, and then the other speakers will tell you about other kind of stuff. So we listed all the APIs we have on that URL. So that's the central source you'll need for all the data sets I'm going to present. It runs on CITEK and, which you probably have heard during the day in the presentations on the bottom floor. And the CITEK and itself has an API, so you can also dynamically list all the APIs that are there. Okay, so you have the API for CITEK and on the bottom. So I'm going to present first data from University of Coimbra. So they are part of the Transcreativa project, which is also included. And 2 months ago, we sat there with the vice rector and we asked what data can be open in 1 month. Okay. So there was not a lot of previous work in terms of open data, and it takes a while to ask for permission. So what we'll present here are 3 data sets that could be arranged in 1 month, and I think are the most interesting right now. So I'm going one by one. So the first one is it's called the same in numbers. It's in numbers, so same image, which is all the statistics that are used to evaluate the University of Coimbra. So we have a quality assessment department, and they gather information regarding the university from different sources, including internal and external. For instance, rankings, they use external sources. And they gather everything together and they make a beautiful PDF. Okay? Besides the PDF, we asked for the source, and they gave us an Excel file. Okay? And it's a huge Excel file with a lot of references, so you have that available for you. It's not CDF, but it's as close as we could take. So we have numbers. They include how many students there are per course, how many students finish their degree within the expected time. We have publications and research groups, and also patents and companies that have started from the university. We have things related to tourism, human resources, for instance, the number of professors there are by each area. So we have a lot of data you can look around and search and make interesting conclusions and maybe create some data visualization that's actually interesting. Another one is the photography archive. So recently the university and other parts of Coimbra have received the UNESCO World Heritage status. So that means that they have to put a lot of work into preparing that submission. Okay, so we got all the photographs taken for that submission, and we made it available. So you have things like from the university, so that's the part on your left, and the other part of Coimbra on the right. So you have the links for all the photos, and you can look around. They are organized in folders. Finally, and I think this is the most interesting data set, in Coimbra, I think a year ago, or maybe 1.5 years ago, the university started their own event aggregator. So that's Agenda Set. We have the URL right here. And they gather information not only from the university, but it's also the official platform from the city and municipality, and also from over 150 other sources. Okay, those are companies and organizations that submit their events to this platform. Okay. So we took a look at the database and we made the events, the categories, the places that we made them available for you. So the API is like a temporary API. If you give us good feedback, like we need that API, we'll make sure the university makes that API production ready. Okay. So right now this API is just for you guys to start with, and then after the event we make sure to make it a stable API. Yeah. So this runs up the University of Coimbra dataset. Okay, so now in Improve Coimbra, this is a non-formal group. So if you go to the website, which I suggest you do later on, you'll see a lot of projects. Okay? So we started 3 of them, and we took out to date and made it available for you. The first one has to do with rent prices. So Coimbra is the city of students, and it's very important for them when they come to Coimbra to see which are the cheapest areas to live in Coimbra. Okay? So what they have is a map, and you can see by areas which one are above average in Coimbra, okay? Which are the most expensive areas to live in. And this was done by crowdsourcing, so everyone could go there and submit their own rent. Okay, so all that information that was collected, we have it available in a CSV file. Okay? So you just go there, download it, and use it as you like. The information is grouped by postcode, código postal. Okay? So it's easy to gather. Another project is Cafés Wi-Fi. So if you go to a coffee shop in Coimbra and there's this sticker on the door, the blue one, that means that they have free Wi-Fi. They don't mind that you use the outlet, although it's not for the whole day, and they are friendly to you. Okay? So that means that you can go to the coffee shop, open your laptop and work there like a couple of hours, and they won't bother you. Okay? So those are the Café Wi-Fi 2014 approved coffee shops. So it also works by crowdsourcing, although the initial team gathered and made a huge list. So you can also go there and download the JSON with all the coordinates of the places, the links for the Facebook page or for some personal website. And you can use that as you want. Okay, so it's another source of that. Finally, we have another project. Okay, this one doesn't have a JSON file or CSV file or anything like that. It's just a website. Okay, but it's important in the sense that it releases documents that were previously closed. Okay, so the minutes of the city councils, so in Portuguese, as atas da Assembleia Municipal, they were closed in PDF files. So and through difficult download links. So you can go there and search in plain text all the minutes there. Okay, so it goes back to 1994, so you can get data from really a long time ago, 20 years. So it's available, you can use it, you can scrap. If you really need some different kind of access to the data, you can ask me and I'll try to arrange it. Okay, so that's the final project, and I wish you good luck working with this data. If you have any questions, you can ask me, I'll be there. I'll be here today and tomorrow.
I'm going to present you not only the data sets, but also some projects that we are doing with the data set that I'm going to give you today. I have some flyers for you. I was going to give you 5 minutes of blah blah blah, but I think I'm forbidden to do that. So
5 minutes of blah blah blah?
I'll just
30 seconds.
30 seconds. No, 30 seconds. So I'm here representing not only SAPU but also SAPU Labs. SAPU Labs is research and development laboratories that we have around the country. So the idea that we try to potentiate the approach between industry and academy. So we are a company, SAPU is from Portugal Telecom, and we try to bring this industry together with academy, like Coimbra University, Porto University, Aveiro University, and so on. So the purpose of this laboratory is to promote and to articulate R&D projects, so research and development projects, together with the academic institutes, universities. So things like what we've seen today, especially on this level, on the latest talk, visualization and big data. So how can we put together huge amounts of data and visualize them in the proper way? And then, or before that, if we have a lot of data, what can we do with that? What kind of knowledge can we extract from that? So data mining, natural language processing, some machine learning. So let's try to be clever, and instead of saying everything that we want to extract, let's let the system learn something and give us something new. That's the purpose, very briefly, of machine learning. Some computational linguistics, some video search and analysis. So SAP has a video platform, something like YouTube, but in a national scope. So we have a lot of challenges regarding video. What can we do with video? Like encoding, decoding, search, metadata, and so on. Of course, social network analysis, Twitter, Facebook, Google+, everything. What is people trying to say on the web, on the social networks, trends, new topics, news, new leaks of information, all these kind of things, how people can be connected. Cybersecurity, learning, health, and smart cities was mentioned on one of the goals during this evening, so another topic. Fortunately, we have a good set of partners. As I told you, most of them are from research institutes, universities, Porto, Aveiro. Aveiro was the university where SAP was born. So SAP was made on a university, and now it's a company. And these are some of the partners that we have. So, just about open data. This is something that I take from one of the books that they gave us about the CITEK. And I put this here so I could understand if everything that I'm presenting here fulfills this purpose. So open data refers to the idea that certain data should be freely available, so you can use it freely, and everyone can use it and reuse it. So that's the purpose of this. The second part, I can't achieve that, but if you can, that's awesome, because they say that we can, with open data, we can make about $40 billion a year. I don't know, I cannot do that, but please, I hope this hackathon brings us some awesome ideas. And finally, and this is one of the most important things for SAP, because SAP is a web company, to increase the integration and interoperability of the internet with open data. Okay? So that's it, my blah 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 and so on. I'm going to present you a few projects, and then I'll show you the data sets that you already can see on these slides. Okay? So the first one is called País de Nós. it's totally based on open data, pure open data. So it's data taken from National National Institute of Statistics in Portugal, from Portugal and from other sites. And the purpose here was to build an interactive tool that allows users to navigate through these statistics without getting bored, and do something that it's not reading spreadsheets, reading bar graphs, doing something more useful, and somehow connect each of us with the national statistics. How can we do that? You can go to the website if you want, so it's available online. The first thing is that we can build some kind of portrait. So the idea is that we answer a set of 5 or 6 questions, so we can see that where we live, which is our gender, our age, our studies, and things like that. And then the idea is that, okay, this is our portrait. This is me on the top of the left. And then I can see that in the place where I live, about 27% of those people have the same education as me. So they achieved the university level. And I can see that 47% of those people are male as well as me, okay? Or that 75% of those people work on the same sector as I do. So the idea here is that I can put myself into the data and see what's happening under my situation over the national view of the statistics. Another thing, maybe more traditional, is that you can search a large set of statistics from population, jobs, economy, education, health, and you can compare different municipalities with each other, and you can compare with the average, so something more dynamic, something more interactive that you can search and navigate. And finally, we decided, since we are using national statistics, we added the elections results, not only from the last year, but we used the election since 1974 up until today. And the interesting thing here is that you can choose your own municipality and see the evolution of the parties that were in the power from those days until today. And which were the presidents, and the ratio between those parties. You can see the candidates from the last election, so you have a lot of information all together on this interface with open data, which is the purpose of this. So this is the first project. It's about statistics. The second project, it's about soccer. So half of the population of Portugal loves football. I don't, but I have to work with that. So the idea here is that we look at the soccer statistics and everything is the same. So we have the top score, or the people who scores the most amount of goals in a game. We have the star of the game. We have the position on the tables of the championship and things like that. So what we try to do here is to look at a larger set of data. So in this example, we are looking for events during the World Cup since 1930 till the last one, this year. And what kind of statistics can we bring all together? In this example, we are looking to the teams that score the most, that score the most during all the events of the World Cup. So we can see that Brazil is the largest one. So Brazil scored the largest amount of goals during this entire period. And we can go a bit deeper. And we can not only look at the goals, which is the more traditional variable, but we can also look, for instance, for the cards, the red and the red and yellow cards. So here we are looking for from which teams in Portugal receive more cards during the whole event. And Holland is the response. We can see that for the entire World Cups, Holland played 50 games, received almost 100 cards. That's a lot. And 9 of them were while Poland was playing with Portugal. So this is kind of statistics that I think it's more, it's not common to see on websites about football and other sports. And we try to use this data, these events, these statistics, and bring something new. And another view of this project is that we can compare performance of different teams. In this case, we are comparing Portugal with Brazil on a 6 different variables. So games, goals, and cards. The idea is that the larger the area is, the better the team performs. So it's another way to show this data. Some other visualizations that we did on this area. This one here represents the flow. You remember the flow of last session? So this represents the flow of players that are being bought and sell through teams. Okay? So this team here sell a lot of players for this team here. So this is a larger area. And almost sell just 1 or 2 players probably to this team over here. And we have the opposite here. So this team bought a lot of players from this one. So we have a flow of players from one team to another, represented only on the two graphs. And this small one here, which is not very legible. The idea is that we have in the center the player. We try to make some kind of CD. So all the teams that where the player was, and this arrow here, I don't know if you can see it well, but the width of the arrow represents the amount of money that the player costs to be transferred from one team to another. So Ronaldo started Sporting, then went transferred to here, and the last team where he was transferred was a huge amount of money, 90 million, like that, right? So this is a different way to look at the same data. Smaller project called Luzica. This one is about music, and we use 2 different data sources, Twitter and Facebook. This is not on our infrastructure yet, we are still moving that, so this website is a bit long, sorry for that. So the idea here is to try to understand what people are posting on social networks, and whenever they mention a particular artist or a particular song, we try to get that information and we repeat that on that graph over there. And then we organize information based on music styles. So we have things like rock, jazz, blues, and each of these styles is a stripe over here. And this is a timeline. So for instance, in 2012, we have a peak of one of these music styles, and then it starts lowering, or here we had another peak. So the idea is that based on information that people publish on the social networks, we try to understand, for instance, one of the conclusions that we took is that heavy music, like techno music and disco music, it's more common during the winter, because people go more often to discos, to bars, and so on. And one of these, I can't tell you right now which one, but one of these stripes here gets larger during the winter because of that. So people post more info about techno music, and that's an interesting information that we can extract from visualizations that we could not do it looking at millions of tweets or Facebook posts. This one is similar to the previous one, but instead of focusing on music, we are focusing on author, poet, Fernando Pessoa, Portuguese one. And the idea is that Fernando Pessoa is very common people to quote him. It has a lot of famous quotes. So we want to understand if those quotes are present on the social networks. And they actually are. So in this example here, during the last week, there were 322 quotes that we were able to identify on Twitter about Frank Pessoa or one of his heteronyms. So this is a different way to look at social network information and present it on an interactive framework and so on. The last one, it's about news. The idea here is that reading news can be boring, but if we are going to look at a repository with millions of news articles with 20, 25, 30 years of this, we have no way to deal with that unless we try to extract some knowledge and look it on the top of the information. So we cannot read all this kind of information because it's not possible. So the idea here is that we wanted to build a web platform that allows the user to navigate through these 25 years of news. But how? We use networks of co-occurrences of people on news. What does this mean? Every time a person is mentioned on a news article, let's say Barack Obama is mentioned on a particular news article, we extract that name. If Barack Obama is mentioned together with Ronaldo, let's say, you still have a connection, okay? Because they were mentioned on the same news article, so they have something in common. And from that, we are able to build this kind of networks. Here we have a network of co-currencies from Vladimir Putin with a lot of other people during the last week of August of this year. The idea, so this node represents persons. The size of the node is the number of the frequency of mentions on news. So the larger the node is, the higher the mentions on news are. So Vladimir Putin during this week was mentioned much more times than Mario Draghi, for instance. Okay, so we can see from this network that Vladimir Putin was much more relevant on news during that week. We can also see these colors represent somehow the topic where they were mentioned. So yellow means economics, green politics, and we have another colors that do not have sufficient representativeness in this network. So the idea of this kind of networks is that we can extract some knowledge or some information or some highlights from news without having to read them. And we are looking at 1 week of news, but we could go to 1 month, 6 months, or 1 year of news. So we can collapse 1 year of news articles. You can see a network of co-currencies of people during 1 year on news. We may be talking about 50,000, 100,000 news articles in this network. So you can navigate through it. It's online. Almost finished. This is another thing we can do. It's very simple, much simpler than the previous one. It's just the top people being mentioned on the news. Here we are seeing the 6 more mentioned personalities on Portuguese news. So we have our national coach Fernando Santos, then we have Ronaldo, then we have Passos Coelho. So most of the time we have 2 kinds of people: politicians and football players. That's what news talks about. Why do we consider this as some kind of open data? Because we are not providing the content of the news articles, but we are providing the information that we extracted from it. So we are providing entities that are mentioned on the news, we are providing frequencies of mentions, we are providing things like this job that these personalities are referring on news. So we are not giving the content, but knowledge that we extract from that content. Okay. And this is exactly what I'm talking about. So for each network, you can look for the news that were used to build that network, but you cannot have access to the news. You just click on that and you go to the real link. So, finally, we have, if I'm not mistaken, 16 data sets that you can use. It's more than 20 million different documents. It goes from public domain to social networks, media, public knowledge, and so on. And if you think it's not enough, or if you like something else, maybe I can get you, so talk to me. Just a brief overview of what I'm talking about. The first one, for instance, it's about statistics that I presented you on the first project, the national statistics. Then we have things like blogs, we have things like curse words. This one is very interesting. Curse words are those bad words that are usually mentioned on news comments, for instance. So you probably have noticed that every time that you are going to read comments, online comments about news, people say a lot of bad words, and most of the times they do not spell the bad words correctly, because spell checkers and the spam checkers will filter that. But they put dots on the middle, they put other kind of symbols, of punctuations to avoid that. So these two data sets, if you are interested in that kind of work, can be helpful. We have other things like news comments, personalities appearances. So this is information that we use to build those networks. News tags are metadata. Names, quotations, this thing here called verbiage. Do you remember on the previous presentation that for each name I have a job assigned? So this information we extract from news, and you can say that a particular person has a particular job in a particular time frame. Okay. We can give you that information from this data set here. We have we have Twitter information. Sentiment messages, if you are trying to figure out, for instance, if a tweet is talking positively or negatively about something. If I'm saying this brand is very good or very bad, if this guy is awesome or is stupid, things like that, you can use those kind of data sets. And this one is from, and then, how can you access all this kind of information? So we have APIs. On those documents you can have more details. There is a mistake on these documents on the last page when there is an example. Instead of HTTP, just add an S at the end, because this requires a security network connection, okay? So it should be HTTPS. But if you go to that link, you have the updated version of this document. So you have, for each dataset, you have two methods available. One is get documents, where you have a bunch of 100 documents by default, and you can ask 100 more as long as you want. And the other one is get documents, where you can give an ID, and you have just a single document within the response. And that's it. So these are two examples. Here on the first one, you get the 100 blocks, Portuguese blocks. You have to give those as open, okay? We got that for security reasons and the sub company. And here you have an example how to request the following 100 blocks. So it's the same as there, but you have the 100 first one, and then you have the 100 second ones, okay? So on. That's it.
I'm Ricardo. I work here at the Instituto Pedro Nunes, and I've contributed with the OST team for the last 3 years, and now I've been doing some work in integration with Flyware and other things. And I'm sorry for my appearance today because I may or may not have the flu, so I've been struggling with tissues and everything. So OST, if you didn't know about it till today, it's our fault. If you don't know it by now, it's your fault. Because Miguel has done a presentation this afternoon, and we've been here today and spamming Facebook and Twitter and everything. So, open data platform, we have a lot of data sets, a lot of APIs. Mainly transportation schedules. We have public transportation data about Coimbra's local transportation institute, CITEK, which is nationwide train, Paris, Lisbon buses, STCP, which is Oporto buses, and some in Aveiro and other buses around the country which are managed by Pedro. We have poison events too, Oporto mainly. The municipality of Oporto gave us, provided their official data. And we have a multi-model trip planning service as well, which means that you can plan using just giving a point of origin, a point of destination, the start time you want, when you want to do the trip, which is essential for using public transportation, as you may know. And if I'm not wrong, some kind of the mode of the trip you want. If you want to go by bus, by train, bus and train, walk, whatever. And also, if you want the quickest result, the least number of transfers between the transportation systems, and we don't have fare system, so we can have the cheapest. Okay, where is this available? You can sign up on OST.pp. You go to the sidebar, account settings, you choose developer settings, and then put a click on that, and you become a developer. That's easy. If you want to read a boring manual about our APIs, our resources, and everything, and how our things structured and why, we have a GitHub wiki at developer.ost.pp. But if you want to put your hands on, this place is much more fun because you can see which APIs you have, you can see what do they return, and you can try it on the fly on regular HTML forms and see the results changing according to the parameters you pass. And there you have all the APIs you have. Agencies, routes, trips, stops, stop times, shapes are GTFS, the standard of public transportation. We have another ones for GTFS real time, which means that we don't have that in Portugal. It's only from the UK. We have POIs, we have other services, which Miguel mentioned, such as you give your coordinates and it will provide you with geographic data, which means the parish, the municipality, and the district, where you belong, which may be useful for, I don't know, for a lot of cases if you want. But you need an API key. This is important, we have two types of API keys, browser and server. The browser key will be used here because it's a browser. If you do requests on a Chrome, Firefox, or whatever browser you use, you'll need a browser key. If you use our APIs and your Android app with curl, with, I don't know, a Python server, a Ruby server, you'll need to use a server key. About Flyware. Flyware is a major platform, European funded, which was created by our neighbors from Plufonica here at Spain, which is mainly and shortly an OpenStack-based cloud hosting, which consists of OpenStack-based cloud hosting capabilities and a collection of added value functions offered as a service. What does this interest to you? We have the file app,
which is on lab.fireware.org. Sorry for not mentioning the URLs. Fireware is on fireware.org with an hyphen, which is horrible, by the way. And the lab.fireware.org is a working instance of Fireware available for experimentation. So it's similar like our API Explorer. You don't need to download everything. You can launch virtual servers for your apps. So if you see there is a virtual machine you would like to try, you can launch a virtual machine and deploy things there. You can store large static files there. So if you don't know where to run your code or where to put your major databases, you can use it there. The purpose is to integrate with Fireware apps, but I don't know if you're doing that today. You may check the catalog. The catalog have a bunch of enablers. These enablers are virtual machines which already provide a bunch of services. For instance, public subscribe context broker is based on Hadoop, which is an implementation of a public subscribe. Okay, what does this mean? You can have, for instance, if you, the major example is you have a lot of temperature sensors on your rooms, and you want to be notified of when the temperature is higher than, I don't know, 25 degrees Celsius. So you can have those sensors publishing data to our context broker and subscribe on your application. And if one of the rooms temperature is higher, you can raise an alert, call the fireman. So there are a lot of enablers. It would be unfair to spend a lot of time talking about them. They are divided by categories. This is an example of the data management. We have one for big data, which is like a data warehouse where you can put a lot of data. Complex event processing is to receive data in real time and complexity of the data that we receive and trigger alerts, such as the temperature, for instance. But it's meant to be something faster, and there are a lot of them. Well, this is the sad part where I say if you want to use it, you'll have to read the manual. Everything is documented. It might not be well documented, but everything is there. It might not be the best structured text you'll find in your life, but, well, good luck. Sorry. You should have coffee today, or water, or whatever triggers your not sleeping state, and have fun. Sorry for this short presentation. Please ask anything if I probably didn't explain really well, certainly not well. So please make any questions now, or rather, I'll see you later. He's a smart man, so he'll help you out. And thank you for your attention.